Orders of the day. Order du jour. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations with all parties, and I believe you will find the unanimous consent for the House to propose the following motion: that the order for second reading of Bill C-376, an act to amend the Criminal Code, impaired driving, and to make consequential amendments and to other acts, be discharged and the bill be withdrawn.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. D'accord. La Chambre
The House has heard the terms of the motion. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt it.
D'accord.
Agreed.
Adopté.
Carried.
Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Resuming debate at second reading on Bill C-28, Budget Implementation Act 2007, on behalf of the Minister of Finance.
Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise on debate today with regard to the fiscal update. And I want to first of all say that when the Liberal government came in 1993, we had inherited a debt of $42.5 billion, and there's no question that deficit of $42.5 billion, the accumulated debts, was of course given to us by the previous Mulroney government. And under great fiscal management under the Liberals, we were able to eliminate the national deficit, pay down the national debt, and of course the present government has inherited a very, very strong fiscal framework, all due to good Liberal management. The one area, Mr. Speaker, that this government fails on, and I'm glad to see that the Minister is here today, is of course on the area of the urban community agenda. In 1983, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities had proposed an infrastructure program to deal with decaying infrastructure in Canada. Regrettably, in 1983. However, in 1984, and I know something about this because I was president of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities at one time, the new Conservative government let it lay dormant for 10 years. And there seems to be a pattern here, Mr. Speaker, because when we came in, we brought in a national infrastructure program. We dealt with the cities, with the provinces, a true partnership in moving forward the urban agenda, particularly dealing with infrastructure. Now, regrettably, Mr. Speaker, this government doesn't understand the urban agenda. They don't understand infrastructure, because clearly we have comments made by ministers of the Crown suggesting, as Minister of Finance did, that they're not in the pothole business. Well, Mr. Speaker, this isn't about potholes. This is about being competitive, both at home and abroad. It's about making sure that we have the right infrastructure to deal with it. And I would have expected that ministers like the Minister of Transport would have been more sensitive to this, given his previous life. However, maybe he forgot. But, you know, when the member from Miramichi, who I'll be splitting with, stands up, I know that he, of course, is sensitive to these particular issues. The question is that we just had a study done that the Federation of Municipalities had commissioned, and we find that there's a $123 billion infrastructure deficit. Now, the response of the government is it's basically not our problem. Well, in fact, it was the Liberals who eliminated the GST on goods and services for municipal governments. We, at the time, inherited a 57.4% rebate that came in when Mulroney was in quietly. In 1989, brought in this additional charge. Now, we were able to eliminate it, and for a municipality like Richmond Hill, we saved $1 million a year. We also, of course, came in with the New Deal. And the New Deal was to talk about how we're going to deal with this order of government being, of course, the municipal sector. And we know that on Monday, mayors from across Canada will be coming here to make it very clear to this government that they get an F. We could give them lower than that, but on the scale, we only allowed an F. They have not addressed the issue. And the real sad part, Mr. Speaker, is they don't understand the issue. And that's rather disappointing, because we need to know that if you want to compete in the world, you have to have the kind of infrastructure that can move goods and services. You have to be able to deal with businesses and communities and universities and post-secondary institutions in general. So the funding gap is there. Now, this government is a failure on the environment, but in one area they like to do is recycle old Liberal programs. They like to recycle monies which we have set aside over the past while. But, you know, we will never, on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, ever take any lectures from this government on municipal infrastructure or dealing with cities and communities, because we were the leaders on that, and we continue to be the leaders on that. And our party has formed a Cities and Communities Caucus because we have a great bench strength when it comes to that issue. And we understand those issues, Mr. Speaker. And there's absolutely no question. There's no question, Mr. Speaker. They can talk all they like over there, but again, it's the reality. The reality is that the president of the FCM was here last week and said that this government doesn't understand the issue. Now, in order to address an issue, Mr. Speaker, you have to understand what it's about. They don't get it, and I don't think they ever will get it. They didn't get it when the Conservatives were in under Mulroney, and under the present government, they don't understand it either, which is, of course, a failure. And that failure means, then, that we are seeing bridges collapsing. We are seeing infrastructure that generally is not keeping up. And that report, which was dismissed, by the way, by many members of that government, is an important report because it talks about where we need to be dealing with these issues, and whether these issues be roads, whether they be sewers, whether they be dealing with waste treatment plants. These things need to be done, not only for the environment, for health, and for economic competitiveness, which is extremely important. So it is rather disappointing. In this budget, again, this government fails to invest. They seem to think that investing is not a good thing. We need to be investing in these issues, Mr. Speaker. And again, you know, the Minister of Transport, might think that this is funny, but I got to tell you, the members of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities are rather shocked at the insensitivity of members of this government on this issue. And I certainly remember those very dark days under the Conservatives when we couldn't even get a meeting with the minister. The Prime Minister would never attend the FCM. Now, of course, under the Liberals, we had all of that. Now, of course, it's fashionable for government ministers to come, but again, they're short on delivery, they're long on talk, and they don't deliver. And that, of course, is a very, very unfortunate, because, again, we aren't addressing the issues. Again, Mr. Speaker, with innovation, I don't hear this government talking about the innovation agenda. I don't hear them talking about the productivity agenda. These are important initiatives. On this side of the House, we support tax cuts. We support the issues dealing with paying down the debt. We support those kind of issues. But at the same time, we believe in investing. And whether that's in health, whether that is in infrastructure, there needs to be a balance. And unfortunately, this government doesn't understand balance. And that, I think, Mr. Speaker, is certainly something that Canadians want and Canadians expect from this government. They're also, on the transit issue, again, they recycle Liberal initiatives, and the GTA Transit is a good example, where, again, we put money forth, they then cancel, then they recycle. And again, they say, I don't know how many times you can repackage and resell the same thing, but apparently they like to do that. Again, we know where their shameful record is on the environment. We realized that we were going to work with the province of Ontario in closing down some coal-fired generating plants. Again, they came in, eliminated that. Now they're trying to come back to try to recycle that initiative, another Liberal initiative. The fact is that, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we on this side of the House understand these issues. And it is unfortunate that on the other side, they have failed to listen and to respond effectively to the mayors and councillors across this country on this whole range of issues, because our cities are critical, our communities are critical if, in fact, we are going to be able to take leadership on the world stage. We need to make sure that we're doing that, and it is unfortunate, but at the same time, Mr. Speaker, this budget also fails to address some other fundamental issues. And I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that when it comes to partnership, it isn't my way or the highway. And we see that in the provinces. They promised peace in our time with the provinces. I think they had 2 angry provinces going in, and of course we have had about 4 or 5 who are very unhappy still with the government. Again, it's about partnering. It's about listening. We haven't had a First Ministers' Conference. Now they're suggesting they'll have a First Ministers' Conference in January, 22, 23 months after assuming office. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is it's rather shameful. The fact is you need to talk to your provincial counterparts. You need to talk to the FCM, and you need to be able to say, what can we do in terms of being effective leadership in this country? So the mini-budget unfortunately fails cities, it fails innovation, it fails the productivity agenda, and it doesn't deal with some of the core issues and core values that Canadians have when it comes to these issues. So, Mr. Speaker, that is why on this side of the House we're very disappointed and unable to endorse what clearly was a very, very lackluster performance by the Government of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton, Sherwood Park.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was truly amused by this speech. It's a good way to start a Friday morning, to have a shall we say, a jokester on the hustings here. I don't know, these Liberals keep talking about how they inherited this $35 billion debt. Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't a debt, it was a deficit. Every year, the government was borrowing more money than what it was taking in. I mean, than it was spending. It was borrowing money and putting us further into debt. I remember, Mr. Speaker, in 1993 when we were campaigning, I had a computer clock when I was up at some of the trade fairs, and I had my computer set up, and it showed how the debt was growing and how we were going to attack that debt. Now, it is true, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservative government under Mulroney for those 9 years made only one error, and that is that they didn't sufficiently address the issue of the debt that they had inherited from the Liberals. That debt was totally from the years of rampant spending and overspending by the Liberal government. And I did the math at the time, Mr. Speaker, and was able to prove not only to others but also to myself that this was correct. The debt had simply grown with compound interest to where it was so huge that it was growing at the rate of $1,000 per second. Totally untenable for us to put that kind of debt load onto our young people and our next generation. And so we fought against that. And I am very, very proud, Mr. Speaker, to be able to say that we were part of changing the culture in this place so that we stopped that interminable borrowing. Now, he says that they did it. Yes, that's true. The Liberal government finally succumbed to the pressure and to the reality that they couldn't sustain that kind of borrowing. But please, let's remember that that debt was a Liberal debt from 72 onward until it had grown into the hundreds of billions of dollars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when the Liberal Party came in 1993, 33 cents of every dollar was borrowed money from the Conservative Mulroney Group. 33 cents on every dollar. And therefore, it was because of strong fiscal management on our side that we were able to eliminate the deficit and pay down the debt. No other government in the history of this country, Mr. Speaker, has ever inherited such a good fiscal performance than this government because of the work that we did. And because of the work that we did, because we were determined to work with Canadians, and Canadians understood that we could not continue to borrow money and live beyond our means. And so by eliminating the deficit by 96, 97, we were able to invest, saving. When you pay down the debt, which is still too high, obviously, we save about $3 billion plus a year in interest alone. That, again, is due to the work of the previous Liberal government. Now, I commend my friend on the other side for recognizing the work that was done by previous Liberal governments. I would suggest to him that the present government needs, however, to be investing in our cities and communities, because if they don't do that, we will continue to see reports like this $123 billion situation. So it is important, Mr. Speaker. It's vital. And again, I am very concerned. I do not want the way these members on the other side have been spending money in terms of GST and all of those things that cost the Treasury $5 to $6 billion a year alone. We don't want to go back into a deficit. And if the economy slows down, Mr. Speaker, when we go into a deficit, they're very easy to get into, and they're extremely difficult to get out of. We do not want to see that again. And some prudence on that side in terms of when they do their little GST announcement, and unless you're buying a yacht or some expensive vehicle, I don't suggest you're going to save a lot of money. $5 to $6 billion per year it costs the Treasury in order to take 1% off the GST. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
For Miramichi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly listened with interest when the former president of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities was able to bring to the floor this morning some of the concerns that the Federation and municipal governments have with this federal government of ours today. You know, Mr. Speaker, last week, in fact, just over a week ago, the Federation had their annual meeting here in Ottawa, and I never experienced, I don't think, a meeting with more frustrated people when they came here to Ottawa to talk about the future needs of their organization across this country and the response that they got from talking with various members of the federal government. In fact, when you look at their overall concerns in terms of infrastructure, I know the minister, certainly we've put infrastructure today under the Minister of Transport, and I know he has a vital interest in this, but I'm not sure that he has the backing, the support of his colleagues in the cabinet to make sure that we have a viable and a workable infrastructure program so that not only the large cities but our smaller communities can benefit from the revenues that we have here in the federal treasury. Now, Mr. Speaker, with budgets and with visions and with directions, with responsibilities, and with an attempt to look at an economy so that our people in the future can be prosperous, so that our country can benefit from the wealth of our nation, we have to assess what this present government is doing for our Canadian people. We have to think about the many students who are attending our universities who had looked for some source of relief in terms of the student loans that they were accumulating from their years of study. We have to look at research and development in this country in terms of what attitudes and what directions our government is taking. We have to think in terms of productivity and how our government is encouraging our various companies in this country to invest in research, to look at forms of development, and above all, to see that we have a productive society by which all Canadians can benefit. You may say, Mr. Speaker, that our unemployment in this country is at one of its lowest levels. In fact, we're very happy to see that we are almost approaching the concept of a 5% unemployment rate. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at the types of jobs that we are creating in this country, whether or not our people can get adequate incomes to support their families. Too often in this country, we find that workers need to have two jobs, that they have to have at least two family incomes, and maybe three jobs to support a family. And with it, we have to look at the transfer of jobs from one sector of the economy to another. Mr. Speaker, I speak in terms of our agricultural community. While some sectors are prospering, this past week we've had the pork producers and the beef producers here in our city looking for support, looking for help in terms of what those sectors are encountering. We think in terms of our forest sector and what is happening there. You know, the province of Quebec recently made some statements on that, and we have certainly a lot of people with long-term unemployment in the pulp and paper and our long lumber industries. Only this morning, looking in the paper, I noticed that the new company, Bowater Abitibi, is closing a number of mills. In fact, one mill just across the way here in Gatineau, another in my home province in Dalhousie, New Brunswick. This is not an easy fact to consider. Many of those people were earning some of the highest wage rates in this country. And with it, the changes that are happening in our forest sector certainly will need to be addressed by the budgets and by the economic icons of the present government. It's rather disappointing, Mr. Speaker, that when I look at the front bench there, I see a lot of former ministers from the Harris government. And with that, I just wonder what happens in that big room upstairs when those people meet together and as a cabinet they attempt to look at our country and they try to see what they can do to improve it and to make our Canadian society more productive. Mr. Speaker, I know you are certainly a resident of Ontario. You've experienced some of the frustrations of the previous government that was here in this province, and I certainly hope that the decisions that are being made do not reflect the history of what happened in your own province. The oil industry, the research, the work that they're doing in terms of exploring that oil sector in the West certainly is a very vital part of our Canadian economy. I'm happy to say, Mr. Speaker, in terms even of my own province, we're seeing the results in the manufacturing sector back home of how they can compete and how they can participate in Alberta and the great activity that's happening in that province. But we also, Mr. Speaker, have to consider other provinces, other sectors, and hopefully with a surplus that we have today, that we can address some of the issues that are affecting people in other sectors. Mr. Speaker, the previous member spoke at length in terms of 1993-94, the difficulties that we encountered as a government in the 13 years in which the Liberals governed this country. And I think everyone can recognize the tremendous response that the Canadian people offered in terms of the sacrifices that they made so that Canada today can be the prosperous society that we enjoy. It was not easy, Mr. Speaker, to look at the amount of debt, the annual deficit, and the problems related with it. And I know that all Canadians participated with our previous government in seeing that we reached a point where we had surpluses, where we had annual balanced budgets, and where Canadians could be proud of the fact that they were not accumulating more debt each year. It's interesting to note, in terms of what has happened, that we are approaching today the 25% ratio of debt to GDP, which was the goal of our previous ministers of finance. So, Mr. Speaker, today I express concerns in terms of what is happening with our surpluses. The previous member has talked about HST or GST, how it affects the future of our country. And it's rather disappointing, Mr. Speaker, that we spend so much time trying to look at a 1% saving, which for the average Canadian saves a very small amount of money. In fact, most people would probably only save $100 or more per year in terms of the average worker, but where somebody with a lot of wealth would save a great deal in terms of our taxes. We must salute the fact, Mr. Speaker, that personal income taxes have been at an all-time high, the corporations have been contributing to our revenues, and that overall, the present government inherited a very sound and a very stable fiscal arrangement from the previous Liberal government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member from Miramichi for his comments today. However, Mr. Speaker, I was quite surprised by he and the previous speaker at these claims in regards to the lack of support for municipalities. Mr. Speaker, in the previous government, the support for municipality was lackluster at best. By contrast, we have a government now that has pledged some $33 billion in support for municipalities, for small communities right across the country. That not only includes an extension of the gas tax, which, by the way, Mr. Speaker, the previous government back-end loaded so that under their previous commitments, up to 60% of their commitment in gas tax has still yet to be realized, Mr. Speaker. So we've continued that for an extra 4 years, well out to 2014. Municipalities forget to, I think in a lot of cases, forget to consider that. It's billions of dollars. The two programs combined, the full GST refund commitment and the gas tax commitment now to municipalities, totaling some $18 billion, Mr. Speaker, fully 3 times what the previous government committed in any case to municipalities. So these words ring hollow. I would ask the member to consider those and respond in some way as to how he could make such a claim in light of what he now sees the commitment by this government.
The honourable member for Miramichi.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly would thank the member from Simcoe North for bringing this to our attention. But the Federation believe very strongly that there is a situation of smoke and mirrors with the $33 billion. As I said in my speech, a government has to plan for the future. And certainly my disappointment in terms of the present Conservative government is the fact that they are not only failing to prepare for the future, but they're trying to destroy some of the past programs which were so effective. You know, Mr. Speaker, we had a child care program which disappeared. We had an excellent program in terms of attempting to help our university students, which we see little of. And I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, when they talk about money that they're spending or plan to spend, it's the idea of the vision that we're looking for, the vision of what we can do, the offer to our municipalities, an attempt to improve their infrastructure, to give them some sense that there is something being done and that we're not looking to the past. But also further, Mr. Speaker, I have to be concerned with the fact that we have a lot of announcements, but we have few programs that are actually on the table, and many of our municipalities come and they say, the program is not ready yet. The announcement is there, but there's no money yet. When are we going to get things going? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm quite taken with all of this discussion about good planning. I saw an example of that good planning in the city in which I live, London, about 3 weeks ago. The street literally caved in, and the City of London is desperately trying to address the situation that this huge sinkhole has created right in the busiest part of the city, right downtown. And consequently, merchants, people who work downtown, people who shop downtown are tremendously disadvantaged. And during the Christmas period, I would say this is creating a certain level of shock. So this planning that we keep hearing about, I have no faith in it because the problems involving infrastructure just didn't happen. And the fact that this current government is not interested in helping municipalities doesn't change the fact that the previous Liberal government had no interest. But I did want to ask a question about planning. It seems to me that in the last decade or so, we've had a lot of news about surpluses, Liberal surpluses, Conservative surpluses. Why is it that both of these governments couldn't anticipate needs well enough and plan to understand that these surpluses would be available? What on earth is wrong with their ability to calculate and tabulate the money coming in?
Gee, a brief response.
Mr. Speaker, that is one of the great problems. In fact, the present government, when they were in opposition, always criticized our Minister of Finance that he was somehow jigging the books, that he couldn't really analyze the state of the economy well enough to have a fairly balanced budget. But you know, Mr. Speaker, the same party that criticized us has a more serious, if that is a problem, today.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier, Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, it's with great interest that I rise today regarding Bill C-28. At the outset, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to point out that this bill, tabled by the Conservative government, was developed for purely partisan reasons. Indeed, by combining in a single bill the execution of the federal budget of March 2007 and the economic statement provisions of October 2007, as well as the specific agreement with Newfoundland and Nova Scotia regarding equalization, the government has tabled a legislative measure which seeks to perhaps provoke hasty federal elections. The Conservatives could have simply tabled separate bills for each of the aspects of C-28, but we must remind the House that although the Bloc voted in favor of the federal budget of March 2007, we always opposed the signing of specific agreements on equalization. Now, Nova Scotia has new advantages conferred upon it pursuant to an accord which was always denounced by the Bloc Québécois. On the question of the economic statement, we opposed it because it did not meet the Bloc's 5 priorities. For example, the measures contained in the economic statement do not meet the very urgent needs of the manufacturing and forestry sectors and includes absolutely no program to assist older workers, despite the fact that the Conservative government could afford it with the $11.6 billion announced in the economic statement. For all these reasons, as a responsible party that defends the interests of Quebec, the Bloc Québécois will oppose this bill. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the economic statement, this government has demonstrated that it is totally indifferent to the difficult situation experienced by workers in the manufacturing and forestry industries, as well as the communities that depend on these sectors. The Conservatives have shown once again the contempt they have for the fate of these thousands of workers who are hard hit, and this attitude is all the more contemptuous when we know that the federal government has enormous financial means to help them if it wanted to. The Conservative government could afford to help the manufacturing sector by offering loans for the renewal of equipment for production and massive investment in innovation. It could also have helped older workers. We've estimated that $60 million would be needed to create a support program for older workers. We've been demanding that for a long time. This is an initiative demanded by Quebec ever since POA was cancelled. For our seniors, despite the massive federal surpluses, the government was not able to find the $100 a month necessary to increase the GIS and thus help the poorest seniors have sufficient income so that they no longer have to live under the poverty threshold. So nothing for our manufacturing and forestry sectors, nothing for older workers who lose their jobs, and nothing to help our seniors. But the Conservatives did not hesitate to cut taxes. A lot of propaganda about that. These are tax cuts that will benefit who, Mr. Speaker? The rich oil companies in Western Canada. That's the only objective of the Conservative government. That is to help the oil sector and defeat Kyoto. But for forestry and manufacturing companies, there will be no rescue since they do not turn a profit because of the crisis they are in the midst of. In general, this government has taken measures that are completely disconnected from Quebec's priorities, but that respond very well to the needs of their friends, that is, the wealthy oil companies. This proves once again that Quebec ministers within the federal cabinet are relegated to a role of representation only without real powers and are incapable of defending the interests of Quebec. They're simply there to promote the oil companies of Alberta. This indifference by the Conservative government with regard to the manufacturing sector is disgraceful, and the impotence of Quebec MPs in the Conservative government imperil these important sectors of Quebec's economy. Let's look at the jobs lost. 135 manufacturing jobs lost in Quebec. 1 in 5 workers since December 31st, 2002. 65,000 jobs since the Conservatives came to power. Quebec has thus accounts for half the 275,000 jobs lost in Canada during that period. And this party says that it defends the interests of all Canadians, but it does not defend the interests of Quebec, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, it's not over yet. Indeed, yesterday, Abitibi-Bowater announced the permanent closure of several plants, including the Belgo plant in Shawinigan. By March 2008, over 500 jobs will thus be lost. For the St. Maurice Valley, this is an economic disaster because this plant closure confirms the loss of a payroll of $30 million and local spin-offs of $60 million for the Shawinigan region. It's a complete disaster. What is this government waiting for to act? The closures announced by Abitibi-Bowater will lead to the layoff of a total of 1,000 workers in Quebec. For these workers and their families, this is a tragedy, a human tragedy on the eve of Christmas, and they're finding out this very sad news.
The Conservative government should take a close look at what it is doing in its management of the forestry and manufacturing sector crises. For years, these people have been asking for help, but the government has promised no measures. The government is refusing to help these workers, and it's unacceptable. They are experiencing the worst crisis in their history, and it's being amplified because of the government's lack of action. In the riding that I have the honor to represent, Mr. Speaker, that is the riding of Berthier-Masquinongé, the furniture sector plays a very important role. In Berthier-Masquinongé, we have a number of innovative, dynamic companies and competent and creative workers who have demonstrated, as is the case everywhere in Quebec, that they can meet the new challenges of international competition. But because of the new trade reality that we are experiencing, this industry needs the support of the government to help it to adapt to this new reality. We mustn't forget that the furniture industry has seen its labor force reduced by 22%. There were 24,000 jobs previously, and now in 2000 there were 30,500. There are 24,000 now. I had moved a motion in December 2006 asking the federal government to set up some type of plan to support the furniture industry because of the rise in the value of the Canadian dollar and in order to face the huge competition from emerging markets. But the government did absolutely nothing. There was no support for research to help this industry to adapt. The Conservative government had the means available to help the manufacturing sector by providing loans to upgrade equipment and to invest in innovation. What more can I say, Mr. Speaker? This federal government only works to help and defend the oil industry, and it wants to abolish any intervention to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It's only working for the Western producers. The government has chosen to help the Western oil producers and has cast aside the manufacturing sector, a sector that is experiencing one of its worst crises in years, and we can't allow the government to simply sit and watch the forestry and manufacturing sectors in Quebec fall into disrepair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A commentaire, the
Questions and comments?
Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague from the bloc for his comments. And he had a lot to say, and there's a number of things that I believe we as parliamentarians have asked for in this place, and Canadians have asked for, and that is some understanding of the framework of the fiscal situation of the Government of Canada. And
in Bill C-2, the Accountability Act, there was, and it's in the bill, it hasn't been brought into force, the commitment to have what I call truth in advertising, to have a budgetary officer or parliament to be able to tell Canadians and parliamentarians what the surplus will be. And I have to go back to when the Conservatives were in opposition, and the leader of the then Conservative Party, now our Prime Minister, was very clear in the fact that they wanted to have an understanding of what the surpluses would be so we could have a debate in this place and so Canadians could have a debate in the country as to where the money should be spent. Sadly, what we see is that this government is doing what the previous government was doing, and that is, oh, look at nice big fat surplus, as if it was theirs. In fact, we know it's Canadians. And we'll just, quickly spirit it over here to the debt. Oh, and by the way, here's a fiscal update where we can't debate to the extent you can on a budget, and we can't invest our surplus in our communities and deal with the crumbling infrastructure, housing, etc. I'd like his take on why this government hasn't brought into force the budgetary officer of Parliament and why this government is hypocritical on the issue of debating the surplus and not having a real debate in this country about the country's finances. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. You know that at the beginning of the year, the surplus was to be 3 or 4 billion, but we believe at the Bloc Québécois that it is closer to 16 billion in a surplus in a context where our businesses are closing down, the forestry sector is deteriorating at an alarming rate, and the government is doing nothing. Now, I'd like to say something. We are a sovereigntist movement. As you know, we are advocating the sovereignty of Quebec. And, well, if we were independent, if we had access to all of the taxes that are paid by workers in Quebec, then we could give more support to our manufacturing and forestry industries and our poor, Mr. Speaker. And we could develop social housing. But here in Ottawa, we have governments, both the Liberal and the Conservative governments, that neglect any type of help for older workers, for example. We are asking for money for the unemployed. There's money in the EI fund. $55 billion, Mr. Speaker, was taken from the workers through their contributions that were too high. And both governments, the Liberals and then the Conservatives, have taken money from the workers and refused to improve the EI program. It's difficult for Quebec to be part of this big family. And, well, the surpluses, you're right, my colleague, as my colleague said, 16 billion. That's enormous. Where in Quebec we have a hard time to provide health and education services to our citizens. Businesses are closing down and we can't help them. So that's the answer to the question.
It's a brief question. The Honourable Member for Markham-Unionville.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems to me that the government has missed a number of opportunities to support the manufacturing and forestry sectors, particularly with the rising value of the Canadian dollar. Everyone except the government understands that there have been huge job losses and there will be more to come in the future. This is an area where the Bloc and our party are in agreement, and this is my question to the Honourable Member. What does he think the government should do to help the manufacturing sector? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the manufacturing sector, because of the rise in the value of the dollar and competition from Asia as well, is affected. This affects our manufacturing industry, and there's a bill that will be voted on next week. It's C-411, And I would encourage the Liberals to vote in favor of this bill so that it can then move on to second reading, because as you know, C411 is a bill which would establish new criteria to give more protection to our businesses who are fighting Asian competition, and this will help protect Canadian and Quebec companies that have to compete with products coming from Asia. I would be surprised if the Conservatives were to vote in favor of this, because they want the markets to be absolutely free. They just want an open market. We're surprised that we can maintain supply management with this government because it isn't part of their philosophy. They want free trade. I sit on the International Trade Committee. There are free trade agreements with Canada and Korea. There are no figures to tell us whether or not this will help Quebec businesses if they have a free trade agreement with those countries. What is in it for the Quebec government or the rest of Canada? And this applies to all sectors. So we really need them to study these issues more seriously, and I would invite the Liberal members to vote in favor of C411, which will protect. I regret to tell the member that the time has run out, and we are now moving to the 10-minute speech period, followed by 5 minutes of questions and comments for everyone. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on the budget bill. And pardon me if I smile a bit, Mr. Speaker, because this is a joke. That's all I can say. The bill itself is a joke. Because when we look at this budget that was tabled, it was like everything that this government does. It's a great marketing strategy, fabulous retail. When you look at the window dressing, it's beautiful. It'll sell you anything. But when you look at the substantive, it's not there. Let's take some of the words in the budget. Let's just look at some of the phrases that we use. First and foremost, we have to suggest that most people said in this budget that the finance minister has been the highest spending finance minister in the history of this country. The Conservative government inherited a strong economy, strong balanced budget over 9 years from the Liberal government, huge numbers of investments that were made in innovation, in learning, in helping to move forward into a 21st century economy. None of that was really followed through. There was just a lot of money spent on little baubles that looked pretty in the window, but really had no long-term impact, has no long-term impact, has no vision, and has absolutely no ability to create a future for Canadians in a 21st century where productivity, competitiveness, the ability to develop human capital are the key things that we should be thinking about if we are to hold our head above water. Given that we're such a small country with only 32 million people, we have to be smart. We have to be the best and the brightest in terms of a workforce. We have to create a country which is going to be innovative and creative and to be technologically progressive in terms of certain things that we need to focus on, because we cannot be everything to everyone. None of that was taken into consideration in this budget. Instead, we heard the sort of marketing slogans. The budget talked about an infrastructure advantage. Well, that's very interesting, because what we saw was that there was a reiteration of many Liberal programs, for instance, the gas tax that went to cities for that kind of infrastructure. There was, in fact, a delay of the Pacific Gateway, which was a huge infrastructure advantage that Canada and British Columbia and the West could bring, because we know that if we are to be competitive, we must diversify trade. Right now, most of our eggs are in one basket, and that is in the United States. 80% of our trade is done with that nation. And anybody, my mother could tell you, and she was no economist, but it's common sense, that, you know, you don't put all your eggs in one basket, that in a global economy that you diversify. Now, here is Canada with an enormous advantage in which we could go to Asia. We have the people. Multiculturalism has given us a whole generation of people who speak the language, understand the culture, and understand the marketplace of most of Asia. We could go there and have a distinct advantage. Was anything done to get us to beat the race, to win the race, to get there first? No. In fact, the gateway has been delayed by 5 years. And as I said once before, Mr. Speaker, by the time we get there, there will only be crumbs left to pick up on the floor. Canada is a trading nation. We did absolutely nothing to create an advantage for us in terms of trade. And here we talked about modernizing the healthcare system. This was another wonderful little slogan that came about in the budget. Modernizing the healthcare system. Well, Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest problems with our healthcare system right now is infrastructure, one, but two, it is about wait times. And again, you don't have to be a rocket scientist, Mr. Speaker, to know that one of the key factors in bringing down wait times is increasing the human resource potential of healthcare professionals. We are short of physicians, we are short of nurses, we are short of technologists and technicians in healthcare. We now know that there are almost 3 million Canadians who cannot find a family physician. There was not a single word in this budget about health, human resources. The Liberal government had started and had already spent the first year building and starting to build a way of helping to create a strong health human resource pool. Well, that disappeared. There is no knowledge about where it went, and there is certainly no word about it. So the language, again, the pretty thing in the window that says we are talking about modernizing the healthcare system, with what? There was nothing substantive to do that. But they were nice words, I give you that. And then, of course, we heard talking about a cleaner, healthier environment. Wonderful. The first thing this government did was to renege on Kyoto. The second thing that they recently did, just to show how much they care about a healthier, cleaner environment, is that they went to the Commonwealth, the CHOGM meeting in Uganda, and actually refused to put their name and their signature on a plan for dealing with the greenhouse gas emissions and with cleaning up the environment. And what was the argument, Mr. Speaker? Well, we couldn't do it because China wasn't involved in it. Well, China is not a member of the Commonwealth. I have news for you. And it's like saying I am not going to do anything that I can in my own backyard and in my family to make a difference because the rest of the world isn't doing anything. It's like I'm not going to do it because no one else is doing it. And a sort of cockeyed plan that came about with the United States, which is now having Congress relook at that cockeyed plan to decide that there is a better plan for dealing with the environment. So here we go again. Great words, nice words. And now, of course, we know that the next environmental conference, no one else is going to go, not a single member of this parliament in the opposition, not a single opposition member is going to be going along because guess what? We're persona non grata with this government. Parliamentary democracy has taken a beating with this government. We never get to go as opposition members, and I don't care which party goes. But the opposition is an important part of parliamentary democracy, to be there to ensure that the government is representing the best interests of Canadians. Well, I guess if we're not there, we can't complain. And after the fact, it's kind of late for us to say anything. So there we go. A cleaner, healthier environment indeed. And then we heard talk about entrepreneurial advantage. That was another wonderful statement in the budget. An entrepreneurial advantage. Well, Mr. Speaker, do you know what gives us an entrepreneurial advantage? Investing in human capital. Anybody who has studied economics of a post-industrial era will tell you that the most important of the three capitals that is spent in economic development is going to be human capital. People, educating, making Canadians the best and the brightest in the world, the few of us. We cannot compete with China in making cheaper T-shirts, but we can talk about how Canadian society, Canadian citizens can be the best and the brightest. Ireland did it. Ireland, with only 4 million people, is one of the most productive and competitive member states in the world. With investing in people, investing in learning. Instead, we see adult literacy cut. Instead, we find out that the 50-50 plan that the federal Liberals had in terms of helping young people to be able to get a post-secondary education was gone. We saw that the $3.5 billion skills and training agreement that the federal Liberal government made with the provinces disappeared. Instead, with all that money gone, $800 million has been invested in what? In what? How do we miss the boat on getting the best and the brightest, on giving every Canadian youngster a chance to go to school early? We have no childcare, no early childhood development. That was also felt to be unnecessary. So getting our young people to be the best and the brightest starting at their earliest years, that's disappeared. Getting into post-secondary education, that's disappeared. Skills and training is gone. People who are losing their jobs in the manufacturing sector and who need adult retraining, there is no word about that. And yet we hear of this wonderful term, entrepreneurial advantage. So, Mr. Speaker, when I look at this budget, I have to smile to stop myself from laughing out loud, because there is absolutely nothing in this budget that deals with looking at Canada and giving Canada an advantage on the world stage, helping Canada to hold its head above water, helping Canada to become competitive and productive. And I hear a lot bandied about by this government when they answer questions in the House about, look at all the jobs, there are so many jobs out there. Mr. Speaker, there are jobs and there are jobs. There's a Mac job. When at $10 an hour you cannot bring up a family. We're talking about real jobs, sustainable jobs. That's what we're talking about, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about an ability to invest in Canada and in Canadians, to see us moving towards a goal for a future for this country, to be the most competitive in the world on a global stage. Nothing like that in this budget, Mr. Speaker. So I need to tell you that, as I said before, I was pleased to stand up and speak on the budget bill, but I really have to say that I can find nothing or very little in it that is actually worth mentioning or worth applauding or that has a vision for this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There will be 5 minutes for questions and comments on the honourable member's speech when debate resumes. Statements by members, déclaration de député. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to say thank you and good luck to Sister St. Stephen of the Sisters of St. Joseph. Parliamentarians will miss Sister St. Stephen, as she recently retired after 28 years as a pastry chef here at the House of Commons. Her real specialty was dinner rolls, at which I can attest she excelled. She has tried to retire 3 times before, most recently to the Sisters of St. Joseph Mother House in Pembroke, but kept on getting called back. Throughout her life, Sister St. Stephen has believed that when God closes one door, he always opens another. Her faith is sending her to the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere, Haiti, to put her culinary skills to work preparing bread and baked goods for children in orphanages. Her excitement and enthusiasm know no bounds as she looks forward to entertaining the children with an armload of mouth organs she has collected to teach the music. On behalf of your friends here at the House of Commons, Godspeed and safe voyage.
Honourable député.
Honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Speaker, this past October 7th in Niagara Falls, New York, the Women of Wabano Drum Group, consisting of Alison Fisher, Bev Soulière, and Carly Chase, won in the category Best Debut Group of the Year at the 9th Annual Native American Music Awards. The group's entry, titled Voices, has been a tremendous success. Our songs carry the voice of the land, and as we know, the honour of one is the honour of all, said Alison Fisher. I would also note that Alison and Carly play an important role in the success of the Wabano Centre for Aboriginal Health. Located in Ottawa-Vanier and founded in 1988, the Centre is a respected organization which provides health services to Aboriginal communities. On behalf of all members, I congratulate them for their dedication and hard work towards Aboriginal communities and, of course, for the talent that they've demonstrated with Voices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The
honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the rise of the dollar is worsening the crisis in the manufacturing sector, everybody knows, but it also concerns exporters and producers working in the hog industry. Since for a very long time, the situation of farmers has been disastrous. Almost half of Quebec hog producers can't pay their mortgages, while in Canada, the importing of American meat has gone from 88 million tons in 2001 to 138 million in 2006. That's 36% increase. While this is going on, the Conservative government is imposing stricter standards for our producers, and the Americans are putting on tougher regulations. This is hurting the hog producers. The crisis needs to be investigated. They need help. It's high time that the government assume its responsibilities and harmonizes the standards. They can't just think of big oil in this.
Bill, Eastern Shore.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We know that this government, Mr. Speaker, has the habit of ignoring motions passed by the House by the opposition. But it's really incredible when they ignore a motion that they themselves supported. Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, this House unanimously passed a motion to deal with the situation of autism in this country. This government sits on billions and billions of dollars of surplus, and yet not one additional penny to coordinate with the provinces and territories assistance for children with autism and with their families. Mr. Speaker, what is this government waiting for? The federal governments of Europe and of the United States are moving very, very quickly with a huge investment to assist these children with autism and their families, Mr. Speaker. Yet this government ignores a motion by this House to have a meeting with the provinces and territories to deal with a national plan to deal with this crisis in this country. Mr. Speaker, given the right opportunity and the right investment, these children can have an opportunity that all children in this country have. Autistic children are some of the most beautiful country in this world, Mr. Speaker, and it's time this government stood up and honored that commitment of that motion.
The honourable member for Peterborough.
Mr. Speaker, it's my honour to rise today to speak in support of our government's Building Canada Fund. The Building Canada Fund, Mr. Speaker, commits this government to an unprecedented $33 billion in new infrastructure funding to assist the provinces and municipalities in repairing, replacing, or upgrading Canada's existing infrastructure. In my home riding of Peterborough, simply extending the gas tax rebate by 5 additional years will translate into an additional $26 million in direct funding to the city alone and more than $40 million for my riding. Additionally, our government will be there to support new projects which will build bridges, roads, highways, sewers, and public transit. Municipalities were clear, Mr. Speaker. They need our support to assist them with Canada's infrastructure deficit, and this government and this Prime Minister is committed to providing them with historic infrastructure support. Mr. Speaker, the initiatives of this government have already led to the successful agreement on the Flow project in Ontario, which will provide new transit lines in the GTA and complete Highway 407 all the way through to Highway 115. But we're just getting started. Like John A. Macdonald, Mr. Speaker, this government is building Canada, and our nation's future couldn't be brighter.
Honourable member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, Fredericton's new Northside Sports and Leisure Complex will officially be named Willie O'Ree Place on January 16th. Born and raised in Fredericton, O'Ree is remembered as the first black player in the history of the National Hockey League. Willie broke hockey's color barrier when he was called up by the Boston Bruins to play against Montreal on January the 16th, 1958. Willie played pro hockey for 21 seasons, despite losing the sight in his right eye after being hit by a puck when he was 21 years old. This 50th year anniversary celebration is fitting for a gentleman in the true sense of the word. Willie is the Director of Youth Development for the NHL Diversity Task Force. He has set a wonderful example in promoting tolerance and understanding. Congratulations to Willie O'Ree. You've made Fredericton proud.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise today and pay tribute to our local administration at Blue Water Bridge, Canada. I recently met with Congresswoman Candace Miller from Michigan, the U.S. border officials, the Michigan Department of Transportation, the Blue Water Bridge Canada Services Administration, the local Canadian Border Services personnel, to address issues that are pertinent to our crossing in Sarnia-Lambton. One of the many issues that we discussed was the fact that although the crossing is served by both the Nexus and the FAST programs, the hours of operation were not always convenient. All attendees determined to address the issues, and last week I am pleased to report that the Nexus hours were increased at the Blue Water Bridge crossing. As well as increased hours, our government has announced that the application fee for Nexus will be reduced to $50 on December 1st. Congratulations to all involved for making cross-border travel more convenient to our residents.
L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Repentigny, Mr. Speaker. Enough, assez c'est assez. Enough is enough. That's what the FAS says. Madame Mariette Gilbert, president of the FAS, started the 11th annual campaign to heighten awareness of violence against women through Opération Tendre la Main. The campaign is intended to denounce the murders of spouses, children, and parents, which far too often make the headlines. Madame Gilbert is asking people to wear white ribbon during the campaign period from November 25th to December the 9th. The campaign is intended to promote respect in interpersonal and professional relationships and to remind people that violence takes many forms. FAS wants to make us all aware of this silent daily violence so we can build a violence-free society. We congratulate Madame Gilbert and we say with her, enough is enough.
Honourable member for Calgary East.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 60 years, Japan rebuilt itself as a peaceful nation and worked to be a positive presence on the international stage. Canada is proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with Japan, working to make the world a safer and more prosperous place for current and future generations. Canada is particularly proud of the work that we are doing alongside Japan to help the people of Afghanistan to regain peace and stability in that country. Both Canada and Japan are among the largest contributors to reconstruction and development in Afghanistan, and we are encouraged by our strong people-to-people exchanges, nurtured through academic exchanges, commerce and tourism. Over nearly 80 years of diplomatic relations are the result of hard work and the ability to resolve our differences. Canada is not one to turn a blind eye to injustices, but it is also recognizes the importance of learning from the past and moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, I recently received a message from Nova Scotia's Kathy Leslie, who said this neoconservative government's cuts to the Canadian Health Network reveals, and I quote, some of the stealth being used to dismantle our national social safety nets. Madame Leslie.
Ms. Leslie states that we have to oppose these cuts and we have to shed light on this very discreet death. The Health Network cooperates with 26 organizations, departments, universities, hospitals, libraries, and not-for-profit partners who who have 1,600 specialists.
A $14 billion surplus explain why they will eliminate funding for this program at the end of the fiscal year. Are they oblivious to how destructive their policies are, or do they just not care how many Canadians will be hurt by their actions?
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, this week the Bloc sent Quebecers a brochure about what was being done to help women. And again, the Bloc makes very false and serious accusations about our government. It criticizes what we have done to fight violence against women. But I can tell you that this government has provided every year funding of some $7 million for the initiative to fight violence, family violence. 34 of the 60 projects approved in the community funds for women deals with violence against women, and this is only the first call for projects. The total amount approved is $4,464,962. This government has announced funding of about $56 million over 5 years for programs and services to prevent violence on Aboriginal reserves. Our government is acting directly to help women. The Bloc's disdain for women is clear. They have no positive solution to bring to the table.
For London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This weekend, FAFIA, the Canadian Feminist Alliance for International Action, will be holding its national symposium in Gatineau, Quebec. They will be honoring Professor Jody Williams, Nobel Peace Laureate, who has been recognized for her leadership in the international campaign to ban landmines. She will address Canada's current conduct on the international stage, as well as the recent global effort to establish a new UN Women's Agency. The symposium will also include discussions on preparing for Canada's upcoming performance review under CEDAW, an in-depth exploration of gender budgeting and how it can be effectively used in the Canadian context, and exploring how women's groups in Canada can financially sustain their work. FAFIA's hard work to promote equality for women in Canada is critical. The changes made by the Conservative government to status of women in Canada have made access to funding more difficult for many equality-seeking organizations such as FAFIA. We need changes made to the funding mandate, Mr. Speaker, so that more can access the funds they need to promote women's equality in Canada.
The
Honourable Member for Laval-des-Îles. Mr. Speaker, as President of the Canadian Association of Parliamentarians for Population and Development, I rise to point out that tomorrow is World AIDS Day.
The Conservative government has taken money out of the hands of Canadians living with HIV/AIDS by redirecting $15 million in funding to the Gates Foundation. The Minister of Health must immediately reinstate this money and commit to never again tampering with funding for the Canadian HIV/AIDS community. Yesterday, the Parliamentary Secretary for Health said in this House, and I quote, "This government has invested $84.4 million in HIV/AIDS, and that's more than any other government in history of Canada. He should apologize for misleading Canadians by claiming the actions of the previous Liberal government as his own, and instead encourage his government to take meaningful action to fight this disease in Canada." Merci.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, last night we learned that the City of Gatineau was chosen to host the 2010 Games, Jeux de Québec. I would like to congratulate the Ville de Gatineau, the members of the committee that were successful in presenting their bid. They did exceptional work. The choice of Gatineau for the hosting of the Jeux de 2010 is a very good piece of news for the whole area, which will benefit from the higher visibility. Indeed, the region only once before hosted the 1981 Summer Games. I would like to congratulate the cities of Rivière-du-Loup, Charlevoix, Vaudreuil-Dorion, and Shawinigan, who were also vying for the Games. Once again, congratulations to Gatineau, to the region of the Outaouais.
Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, late last month, heavy rains and flooding devastated the southeastern Mexican states of Tabasco and Chiapas. Despite rapid Mexican government response, the heavy floodwaters destroyed the homes of almost 1 million people and all of the farm crops, which is their major source of income. This week, more rains and flood warnings could further devastate the already battered region. In the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, Canada's Liberal government was immediately present in a wide range of capabilities, from deploying over 1,000 Canadian forces to moving air and sea transport of medical and emergency supplies. As neighbours, Canada should be stepping up to assist the rebuilding and prevention reconstruction of one of the poorest of regions in the Americas. We have the engineering expertise and the money to do so. Recently, Prime Minister Harper vowed to focus his foreign policy on the Americas. Yet an important poorer neighbour and trading partner has received scant attention and a paltry $500,000 in aid. Even faraway Ireland donated €1 million. Does this Prime Minister plan to put his money where his mouth is and send further aid to Tabasco, or is the best he can do for a poor neighbour in desperate need?
The Honourable Member for Nepean Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, this week I announced a bridge to results. The Strandherd-Armstrong Bridge will connect the community of Barrhaven and Riverside South while relieving 25% of the traffic in the village of Manotick. I did this by unlocking $35 million, that's a third of the cost of the future bridge, from a $200 million fund that was sitting in a federal vault. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Premier of Ontario and his brother have both said that that money should stay in a vault. They agree with a local Liberal councillor, Jan Harder, that that money can stay around for another day for potentially future projects. But we need this bridge now. My constituents don't give a tinker's damn what fund that money comes out of. They want the bridge, they want the result, and I will not stop until they get both. Thank you.
Order. Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Beauséjour.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we asked whether Brian Mulroney and his spokesperson Luc Lavoie lobbied the government on wireless spectrum. The government laughed. Now they understand, Mr. Speaker, the trouble they're in. So I ask them again, were there any meetings, conversations, communications or contacts of any kind with any ministers or federal officials arranged or facilitated directly or indirectly by Brian Mulroney or his associates?
Right on. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm familiar with the same media reports as the Liberal asking the question, and it is, of course, incumbent upon lobbyists to ensure that they are properly registered under our new tough accountability provisions. The question that he raises is a question that should be raised with the Registrar of Lobbyists. The fact is that our decision on the wireless industry was based on the best interests of consumers. We expect it's going to lead to more choice for Canadians, lower prices for cell phone services, better service, more product choice. Our government's delivering better results for Canadian consumers. Our decision is based on what is in Canadians' best interest, not any representations made by lobbyists.
The honourable member for Beauséjour.
Mr. Speaker, it looks like Brian Mulroney was lobbying this government on a multi-billion-dollar policy decision. It also appears he was lobbying the government illegitimately. Why didn't the industry minister or the former industry minister immediately report Mr. Mulroney's illegitimate lobbying to the registrar? Since the industry minister is responsible for enforcing lobbyist registration, why did he choose not to report Brian Mulroney's potential violation of his own government's Accountability Act?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, this government introduced a tough Accountability Act. It includes a lobbyist registrar who is responsible for dealing with lobbyist registration. The responsibility for registration is not the responsibility of the government, it's the responsibility of individual lobbyists. But the fact is, on the decision in question, and that's the real question, the decision in question, what we have delivered for Canadians on wireless broadband spectrum, we are delivering more choice, lower prices for cell phone services, more and better choice, more products, more competition. Canadian consumers would be better off, and he would be better off if he were recognizing the fact that we've delivered results for Canadians.
Honourable member for Beauséjour. Mr. Speaker, the former Minister of Industry was the subject of representations by Mr. Mulroney. It's true that the current minister did not meet with Mr. Mulroney on this file, but he did meet Luc Lavoie. Is the minister aware that Luc Lavoie is the principal spokesperson for Brian Mulroney in a file that represents $2 billion? Why did they invite Mulroney's gang to be part of the decision-making process? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, I will repeat in French. It's up to lobbyists to obtain the necessary credentials, but in the decision in question regarding the wireless industry, this was taken in the interest of consumers. This decision was made so that Canadians have more options, lower prices for cell phone service, better range of services, and our government obtains results for Canadian consumers.
Mississauga, Arundel.
Mr. Speaker, explain this to consumers. Last July in Chile, and again last week in Tanzania, the Prime Minister held private meetings with senior executives from Barrick Gold. Both these visits helped Barrick do damage control over controversial mining operations that have had devastating impact on local environments and have led to serious complaints of human rights violation. Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister going out of his way to promote this one particular company on the international stage despite these controversies?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as is the case when the Prime Minister or ministers of this government travel abroad, we do meet with Canadians doing business and investing abroad. And in the case of the trip in question, I know that the Prime Minister met with a large number of companies in a roundtable context. However, I would say that this government has also carried out a process on a corporate social responsibility roundtable internationally. I know that the mining companies have a large part in that, and this government has a strong interest in seeing our Canadian values of human rights advanced abroad, and that includes by our corporate citizens.
Honourable member for Mississauga, Arundel.
Mr. Speaker, I guess it had nothing to do with the fact that Brian Mulroney being a director on Bering since 1993, and the fact that he is the chair of its International Advisory Board. Mr. Mulroney appears to have been acting as an unregistered lobbyist for at least one other company where he serves as a director. Just how many companies has Mr. Mulroney been discussing with this government? Will the government table all records of involvement with Mr. Mulroney, or will we just have to wait until each minister is subpoenaed?
The Honourable Government House Leader. Order.
Mr. Speaker, you know, for many, many years, the practice of lobbying under the Liberal government was something that brought shame to this country, to our political system, led to a culture of corruption, a culture that Canadians wanted to see change. That's why we brought in a tough Federal Accountability Act, and it created onerous obligations for lobbyists to register. But we are not going to stop advancing the interests of Canadians and Canadian business and Canadian jobs and Canadian prosperity abroad. We're not going to stand in the way of that. We will continue to meet with those Canadian companies that are doing business abroad and help advance Canada's interests around the world for greater jobs and prosperity.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For those who doubt that the forestry sector is in crisis, the loss announced yesterday of 1,700 jobs, including 500 in Quebec, means that the industry needs radical and immediate aid. The minister is in Quebec today. Could he benefit from his presence in Quebec to go through Shawinigan to announce to the 500 workers who've just lost their jobs that he will stop his lack of action and announce the elements of an aid plan for the forestry sector? The Honourable Minister of Transport. I wish to thank the Honourable colleague for her question. Obviously, when workers lose their job or leave their jobs involuntarily, that's always a tragic day. But we must remember that the government has been very active on this file. The Minister of Natural Resources has announced a program. He's unblocked $400 million to help these workers. I think that the federal government not only is contributing, but is very active on this file. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, we're facing a heartless government here in this House. This government is doing nothing. It's not because it can't. It's because it doesn't want to. The government turns a deaf ear to the pressing demands of this industry that has been demanding measures for months now in order to change its land assets. The bloc has proposed that part of the $11 billion surplus help them out. What is the government waiting for to help them and take action? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, to my mind, the only parliamentary group that's heartless is the Bloc Québécois. For many years now, here in this House, they haven't achieved anything. Zero, zilch. One must understand that my colleague, the Minister of Finance, during his budget statement and the throne speech, proposed different things. And what has the Bloc Québécois done? Once again, they opposed this, supposedly in the interests of Quebec, where they have $12 billion on the table for Quebecers. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, calls for aid accumulate after the Bloc. Manufacturing and forestry associations, unions, the Conseil du Patronat. Now, Alain Lemaire of Cascade is saying that the government must do its share. He listed a number of incentives, such as a refundable tax credit and help for modernizing equipment. Mr. Speaker, this government seems to not have inspiration, but it lacks a will. What is it waiting for to help the communities hard hit by this crisis? The Honourable Minister of Transport. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we are doing our share. We indicated the plans that exist to help forestry workers. My colleagues' announcements are an eloquent example of this. The only problem, Mr. Speaker, in this House is that the people of the Bloc Québécois don't take the time to read and look at what is done. They don't take the time to do anything, period. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Order. Mr. Speaker, the President of Cascade reminds us that the environment and the economy can be reconciled, and see that a carbon exchange would be a good way to fight climate change while being financially advantageous for business. Rather than seeing Kyoto as a socialist plot, why doesn't this government work actively to implement a carbon exchange in Montreal? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, once again, the government went beyond the expectations of the Bloc, of course, because the government, as early as last year, worked very closely with the government of Quebec, transferred $350 million to establish its Eco Trust Fund. That is action. You're asking for action? That's action. And those results allow Quebec, notably, to achieve the measures that they must achieve on the environmental front. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
As I am to quote the Prime Minister, I have to do so today because he promised to make, and I'm quoting, Parliament responsible for exercising oversight over the conduct of Canadian foreign policy. He's broken that promise. He also promised to put international treaties to a vote in this House. But now we learn that Canada is signing on to this so-called global nuclear energy partnership. There was no notice to this House. There was no debate that took place in this House, and there's been no vote on this matter. So why is the Prime Minister breaking his promise? Why hasn't he given parliamentarians oversight over this matter?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Global Nuclear Energy Partnership that we are signing on to is a voluntary agreement to actually expand technology, to reduce nuclear spent fuel, to reduce or develop technology that's proliferation resistant, Mr. Speaker. And this is very important. Canada is a serious player, the largest producer of uranium of any other country in the world, and we would welcome the opportunity to address the committee if I was invited to discuss these issues at any time. This is great news for Canada to be part of this partnership.
Hear, hear. Well, the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
To hear the Minister will come and speak to a committee about it, that's a start. My question is going to be whether this government will accept a vote on this matter, because the facts are very clear. Nuclear energy is prohibitively expensive. It takes too long to bring online. It won't stop climate change. It's dangerous because of the waste products, and furthermore, national security should be a key part of the discussion here. After all, India's nuclear weapons program got started with a research reactor from Canada, Mr. Speaker. So there's a great deal that must be debated here, and my question to the government, will there be a vote on Canada's participation in this nuclear energy partnership? Yes, sir.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is about leadership. And this is 17 or 18 countries now that have signed on to this partnership, Mr. Speaker, to develop technologies to minimize waste, to recycle spent nuclear fuel, to develop proliferation-resistant technology. Mr. Speaker, this is exactly the type of things that Canada should be at the table. We are a player. I find it completely ridiculous that the NDP would want us not to be there. This is that Canada can show leadership, and we should share these experiences with other countries.
Here, here. The Honourable Member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker.
Cash transactions and or meetings between Mr. Mulroney and Mr. Schreiber. Both men still have ties to this government. Fred Doucette is a close advisor to the Defence Minister, and Paul Terrien is the Transport Minister's Chief of Staff. 1 week before new allegations concerning this affair came to light, this government backpedaled on a $45 million project in Cape Breton. Mr. Speaker, is the government's new embarrassment with Fred Doucette the reason for killing this project?
That's right. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's always interesting to see that the
honourable member, when he's under the protection of this House, feels quite free to say things that he would never say outside of the House. Mr. Speaker, this matter, as we all know in this House, or ought to know, is before the courts, and it would be inappropriate to comment.
The honourable member for West Nova.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Minister of National Defence declared that Fred Doucette was no longer a member in the Victoria submarine file. Last week he was very active. He lobbied the Foreign Affairs Ministry when Halifax Shipbuilding sued the government. The minister says there were no conversations with Fred Doucette since he's been in his portfolio. Can he say the same when he was Minister of Foreign Affairs?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works.
On this file, neither I nor the Minister of Public Works nor the Minister of Defence met with Fred Doucette.
For York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last November, the Minister of National Defence made light of the fact that his father, Elmer MacKay, used the minister's fax machine to send a letter concerning his good friend, Karl-Heinz Schreiber. What was the subject and content of that fax letter? Will the minister table that letter and the fax transmission slip here in the House? And does the minister still think this matter is so funny?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think that matter was canvassed some time ago. It obviously has no involvement of the Minister of Defence. It has no involvement of this government, and it's simply not a question of any relevance from this government.
Honourable Member for York West.
Not what we heard yesterday. The Minister of National Defence got a job straight out of school working for the very company that Schreiber used to provide cash to Brian Mulroney that very same year. We also know that Elmer MacKay acted as a go-between for Mulroney and Schreiber. The minister's father drafted a letter for Schreiber that Brian Mulroney hand-delivered to this Prime Minister. Would the minister have us believe that at no time did he discuss any of this with his cabinet colleagues or the Prime Minister? Why did he fail to disclose his conflicts?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the minister has been quite clear on this. He's already answered it. He had no knowledge of that letter. It had nothing to do with him. It had nothing to do with this government.
The Honourable
Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, according to a press release, the person most responsible for climate change at the UN, Yvon Debin, said that the climate exchange was due to the Kyoto Protocol. Without the ratification of a new protocol beyond 2012, the carbon exchange could disappear as quickly as it appeared. Does the minister realize that without the signing of a firm accord past 2012, we could see the disappearance of the carbon market, a market that tripled between 2005 and 2006 and achieved $30 billion? Will the minister take action? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from the bloc for the question. He well knows that without major targets from all major emitters, greenhouse gas emissions will continue to increase. And my question is, why would he support greenhouse gas emissions increasing? Which was the Liberal plan, Mr. Speaker. Under the Liberal government, we saw 33% above the Kyoto target, and that didn't work. Mr. Speaker, we now have a government that takes serious climate change. Mr. Speaker, that member is wrong.
The
Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, we already know that Quebec made a clean choice by choosing hydroelectric energy rather than nuclear energy. The government should choose solutions that exclude oil and nuclear energy. Right now, there is no solution to eliminate nuclear waste. By joining GNA, the government made the wrong choice, and on the eve of Bali is sending out the wrong message. It must turn 180 degrees and make a commitment to clean energy, environmentally friendly energy, rather than promoting nuclear energy. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. First of all, certain parts of Canada, like Quebec and British Columbia, are blessed with a lot of hydro, and it's up to the provinces to decide on their own energy mix. We don't take any say in that. But where there are provinces that choose nuclear, as they do in Ontario, it's important for us that we provide the leadership and the safety and security of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the Global Nuclear Energy Partnership, we've made it unequivocally clear that we will, under no certain circumstances, ever accept any nuclear spent fuel back from any other country. So this is a good initiative, and Canada should be at the table to ensure that we have a voice.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, a federal court decision regarding Mayor Arar made the Canada-U.S. agreement on safe third countries regarding refugees. According to this decision, the Americans contravene international agreements as they don't make sure that the refugees they deport to their country of origin will not be victims of torture. Since this agreement contravenes the Canadian Charter of Rights and international agreements signed by Canada, does the Minister intend to renegotiate the terms of that agreement? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member well knows, a decision was just rendered yesterday. That decision is being reviewed, and after review, appropriate steps will be taken. In the meantime, as I understand it, the Safe Third Agreement continues to remain in effect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. To avoid having a new Mayor Arar affair, will the Minister of Foreign Affairs renegotiate a new agreement with the U.S. to make sure that no refugee is deported to his country of origin if there's any danger of torture? Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, as I've previously mentioned, the decision has just been rendered. The agreement continues to remain in effect. That decision is being reviewed, and after review, appropriate steps will be taken. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Speaker, somebody over there stopped a Justice Department review of whether or not Canadians should get their $2.1 million back from Brian Mulroney. Now, the current Minister of Justice claims that he had nothing to do with shutting it down, which leaves one obvious candidate. Was the former Minister of Justice, now the current President of the Treasury Board, the one responsible for protecting Mr. Mulroney?
Right, that's right. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as I said before, on this entire issue, the Ontario Court of Appeal has granted a stay of a surrender order. The issue is before the courts, and it would be inappropriate to comment.
Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I believe that was the wrong page on the briefing book. That was not the substance of my question. Somebody in this current government decided to shut down a Justice Department investigation into the questionable ethics of Brian Mulroney.
Was it you, Rob?
And it happened on this government's watch. The current Minister of Justice says he didn't do it. My question is really quite simple. Who shut down the investigation? Who is the responsible party? And has this investigation been restarted? And if not, why not?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is making some really irresponsible accusations in our view, and our government has done, and our Prime Minister has done the responsible thing. There is going to be an inquiry into this issue, and we should let that take its course.
Honourable Member for St. John.
Quote, "We should abandon the infrastructure works program immediately and begin the overdue process of cutting government spending." Who said that, Mr. Speaker? It was the current Minister for Human Resources and Social Development. In the face of a report from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities demonstrating that our national urban infrastructure is on the verge of collapse, does that minister still believe in slashing municipal infrastructure?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Well, on the contrary, Mr. Speaker, when we took power, Mr. Speaker, when we came into power in 2006, you'll recall that we put an unprecedented amount of money forward to be able to address the infrastructure needs in this country. And, Mr. Speaker, we sat down with the provinces and we sat down with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to tailor and design the new Building Canada Fund, which is the largest infrastructure fund dedicated to municipalities and communities across the country. This is the largest one since the Second World War. We're getting the job done, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for St. John.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Building Canada Fund, everyone knows, is nothing more than re-gifting. It consists of the Liberal gas tax rebate, the Liberal infrastructure programs, the Liberal transit funding, all of which were announced by the previous Liberal government. There's nothing new here. They are recycling Liberal programs. While recycling is good for the environment, it shouldn't apply to promises for our cities and communities. Mayors can't wait until 2050, like the government with the environment, because our cities need action now. Why so much contempt?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Transport will have a little order, please.
Mr. Speaker. Let's face the facts here. Now, the Liberals on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, have been saying that it's their money. So, $1.3 billion for public-private partnership. Is that new money?
Yes.
$2.225 billion for PT base funding for all the provinces for 7 years. Is that new money?
Yes.
$8 billion extension gas tax from 2010 to 2014. Is that new money?
Yes.
A new Building Canada Fund, $8.8 billion. Is that new money?
Yes.
The Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale. Order.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 3 weeks since the Leader of the Opposition released his uncosted plan to reduce poverty, yet they've only asked one question on this file the Leader of the Opposition said will be his main election platform plank. It was the Liberal leader who sat around the cabinet table for almost a decade while child poverty increased, access to affordable housing decreased, and no action at all was taken on child care. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources tell this House what we've done to combat poverty in 22 months we've been serving Canadians?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human
Thank
Resources
you for that
and Social
question,
Development.
Mr. Speaker. Canadians have to know that while the Leader of the Opposition talks about poverty, this government takes action. Our government has invested billions to strengthen vital social programs like income assistance, the working income tax benefit, disability support, support for seniors, skills training, the working income tax benefit, post-secondary education, affordable housing, $5.6 billion per year for support early learning childcare, 3 times more than the Liberal government ever spent. Mr. Speaker, it's not easy for the Liberal opposition party to make priorities.
Order. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the total cost of Canada's participation in the war in Afghanistan is mounting, now pegged at $3.1 billion since the war's start in 2001. Yesterday, the Defence Minister admitted the costs of the war were inevitably going to get higher and higher. Canadians are paying for an ill-planned, poorly executed, and dangerous mission, a mission that has no exit strategy. Commanders admit there is no military win to be had in Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell the House what the total cost for Canada will be by February 2009?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, this government has provided the Canadian forces with the tools and the protections they need to maintain a high level of activity and intensity in a very remote and undeveloped region. They are conducting more joint operations, mentoring more Afghan police and Afghanistan soldiers, and are facilitating a long-term reconstruction and development in that country, Mr. Speaker, not unlike the Liberals that starved the armed forces from not giving them the right tools. This government is working to provide to the soldiers what they need for an effective mission in Afghanistan.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it should be noted I asked a very specific question, and all I got was jingoistic ballyhoo. Canadians want to know what the cost of the war is. It's too bad the minister can't figure it out. The cost has increased by $500 million in the last 6 months alone. If Canada continues on this current track, the war could cost $4.1 billion by 2009 and $5.2 billion by 2011. Mr. Speaker, last May, Canada was spending $10 on combat for every dollar it was spending in aid. $500 million later, can the minister tell this House what the new ratio will be?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
It is important to note that the Canadian forces do get the resources they need for effective operations in Afghanistan, which requires security, development, as well as international reconstruction, Mr. Speaker. It is all about Afghanistan, making Afghanistan a democratic country as a member of this world, Mr. Speaker. It is extremely important that we provide these resources to our armed forces, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, with only days to go before the Bali Climate Change Conference, the government's Republican-style sabotage of a global accord is becoming clearer. The Ministry of the Environment is trying to replay President Bush's 6-year-old message track that Kyoto's a dud because not all countries had targets. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that the world didn't buy the President's arguments, and the Republicans were left behind. When will the Minister now realize, or how and when will he realize, that the world will not buy his sad and pathetic story now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, from that member, the Liberal environment critic, that after 6 months of not asking any questions, the first question we heard a week ago was, can I please go to Bali? Mr. Speaker, I'd encourage him to stop watching so much of the Travel Channel.
The honourable member for Ottawa South. Order.
Mr. Speaker, that's nothing short of pathetic. Where is Karl Rove, Mr. Speaker, when Canada's new Republicans need them? Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the hole in the ozone is no longer a threat to humanity because industrialized nations reduce their emissions first, but the minister is preaching to the rest of the world, you go first. Why not set the bar higher for Canada? Why is Canada not a world leader? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, what a pathetic question.
Yes, here.
Mr. Speaker, we now have a government that's turned the corner of 13 long years of Liberal inaction. Mr. Speaker, we have targets of 20% reduction by 2020. We have 60 to 70% reductions by 2050, Mr. Speaker. Some of the toughest targets in the world, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need less Liberal lecture. We need more action on the environment, and that's what we're getting from this government.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, yesterday Bowater announced that it will be shutting down machine number 3 at their Gatineau plant. The workers who have been laid off in my riding have lost all hope of ever returning to work. Bowater is also closing plants in Shawinigan, Quebec, and New Brunswick. In Quebec alone, there will be 1,000 jobs lost just before Christmas. The President of Bowater has not dismissed the possibility of further closures within the next 6 months. How many jobs will have to be lost before this government acts? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, we do understand that it's a very difficult circumstances for the forest sector in every part of Canada. Mr. Speaker, we have acted. We've in fact invested $400 million in a number of programs, Mr. Speaker, in the first few years of our mandate, and we're looking at other options, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, we've rattled off the list before, $127 million for a competitive strategy, $72 million for target initiative to help older workers, and it is making a difference, Mr. Speaker. But I do want to say we do recognize some of the challenges. We are working on them, and we're working with associations like the Forest Products Association of Canada, who's working with us, who said we've invested money intelligently, and they're working with us.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The president of another paper mill, Cascade, wrote today that his company will have to consider investing outside Canada in order to continue to make a profit if the stakeholders at all levels do not come together to help the industry. The manufacturing sector is not asking for a handout. They want targeted, focused aid. The government of Quebec has already done its share. Why is the Conservative government refusing to help the industry? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I will say that myself and the Minister of Industry met with the CEOs of the forest industry earlier this week. We had a very productive discussion, and they've been very supportive of our approach. They're very supportive of the money that we've been spending on expanding market opportunities, developing strategies, developing innovation, Mr. Speaker, and we recognize that we do need to do more. This sector is in a difficult situation, and that's why we're working directly with the sector to look at options, and they've been very, very supportive, very pleased with the approach our government has taken to date.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, Canada has signed the Firearms Convention with the Organization of American States, which is asking that imported firearms be marked, but the regulation will be delayed. And this is a measure that even George Bush's government already applies, and this helps to track firearms that are used in a crime. Will the minister confirm that he intends to delay the implementation of this procedure? The parliamentary secretary to the minister.
Mr. Speaker, and I will say on consultation with stakeholders and requests from Liberal MPs, the government decided to defer the firearms marking regulations till December the 1st, 2009.
Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. With respect to crime, this government says that it wants to take a hard line, but this is not terribly consistent because they want to abolish the firearms registry and they intend to defer this marking regulation. Can the parliamentary secretary tell us if the minister intends to respect the will of Quebecers in the National Assembly that unanimously requested this morning that Canada maintain the implementation date for the regulation, or will they simply respect the firearms lobby? The parliamentary secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, that we have decided to defer the firearms marking regulation until December the 1st, 2009, and our decision to defer will allow us to consult with law enforcement agencies and industry in order to look at all the options for marking and to examine similar initiatives in other countries.
Right. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is known the world over as a nation with profound respect for human rights. We stand on principles worthy of the millions of Canadians who have fought to defend them. Sadly, this government has broken with its noble vision of Canada and has seen in refusal to object to execution of a Canadian citizen in the United States or by turning a blind eye to torture in Afghanistan. When will this government honour Canada's noble history and stand up not just when it suits them, but all the time?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, our government's been clear on this issue, and I should add that no government, especially the previous government, has stood for international human rights as well as human rights right here in Canada more than our government. Mr. Speaker, the minister has said recently that on this specific issue raised, there has been an appeal filed, and due to that, we cannot have any further comment.
The Honourable Member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Minister of Natural Resources announced that Canada has accepted an invitation to join the Global Nuclear Energy Partnership. This partnership focuses on enhanced safeguards and cooperative research in developing advanced technologies. Now, there were some allegations heard in the House here today that joining this partnership will require Canada to import nuclear fuel from other countries. Can the Minister once again clarify this issue and further explain what this announcement will mean for Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, the Global Nuclear Energy Partner is an international partnership that promotes a safer, more secure, cleaner world. With respect to the spent nuclear fuel, Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely nothing in the stated principles that requires Canada or any other country to take back spent nuclear fuel. But we went even further, Mr. Speaker. We've absolutely explicitly stated that under no uncertain circumstances will Canada ever be taking back spent nuclear fuel at any time from any country. Thank you very much.
Honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore. Order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, since we're talking about human rights, let's talk about the rights of veterans, Mr. Speaker. Yet another group of veterans is proposing to take this government to court to fight over fair compensation and reasonableness in their battle with this government. In 1957, Mr. Speaker, a group of Canadians were sent down to Nevada for atomic testing. They have been waiting and waiting and waiting for fair and proper compensation. So I'd like the government to stand up in this place, look in that camera, and tell Jim Huntley of Alberta, when will they receive fair and adequate compensation for what happened to them 50 years ago?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as you well know, I've met with the atomic veterans, and we will deal with that as we did with the Agent Orange issue in a fair and compassionate way, Mr. Speaker. So we will do that. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring the attention of this House. The question is coming from a party that never stands in this House to provide anything to our veterans, our men and women in uniform. Here's the list, Mr. Speaker. They voted against a Bill of Rights. They voted against an ombudsman for veterans. They consistently stand in this House and deny our men and women in uniform, Mr. Speaker, the equipment to do their job. Their record on veterans and our men and women in uniform, Mr. Speaker, is not good. It never has been.
The Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
You know, Mr. Speaker, you can't even get them to blush anymore. Let's hear their track record, Mr. Speaker. This government promised that they would do a full public inquiry and compensate all the victims of Agent Orange and Napoleon spraying from 1956 to 84, not 66, 67. They also promised Joyce Carter the extension of VIP services immediately to all veterans and all widows. They also promised to fix the system program for injured soldiers who are suffering from their mental and physical disabilities. Yet nothing. If this is the track record that the atomic veterans have to face, I feel very sorry for them. So will this...
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I've done this before, but I've invited every member of this House to examine their record in terms of support for our veterans, our men and women in uniform. And, Mr. Speaker, the other side, at least the Liberal Party knows this, when they were in government, when they commissioned Dr. Furlong to do his study on Agent Orange, that was done. We honoured the study that they commissioned, Mr. Speaker. We responded to it fairly and compassionately. In terms of Mrs. Carter, I'd suggest the member call Mrs. Carter because of the meeting that I had with her. She understands what we're going to do. It's time that he understood what we're going to do. We're going to honour that commitment as well.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Wandafuka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has so bungled the awarding of the Victoria-class submarine repair contract that it could take years for our subs to be fully functional, and it's going to cost the taxpayer millions of dollars in penalties. This foot-dragging negated the winning bid by CSMG and Victoria Shipyards in favor of another bidder located where? In the Defence Minister's riding. Wow. When will this government, Mr. Speaker, stop this bungle and award the repair contract based on the original request for proposal?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works and Government Services.
My colleague from Esquimalt, Wandafuka, is close to setting the indoor record for missing the point on this file. Our government is committed to these subs. These 4 subs are going to continue servicing this country well, 2 in the West Coast, 2 in the East Coast. They're going to continue serving Canada's interests domestically and abroad in terms of our international obligations. We're in the process of negotiating a contract, and when it's finalized, my colleague will read it. Everything in his question is purely speculative, and when he gets the facts, he'll be actually able to stand in this House and ask a factual question for the first time in this Parliament.
Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, in the last session, this government passed Bill C-59, which makes the unauthorized recording of a motion picture in a movie theatre a criminal offence. Now, the bill was passed at record speed just before last summer's blockbusters came out. This was in an effort to protect the Canadian and U.S. motion picture industry from suffering any significant financial losses. I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice could update us on how these new criminal code provisions have been used so far.
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
I thank the honourable member for an excellent question. As we all know in this House, after years of Liberal inaction on tackling crime and on justice and on protecting Canadians, both personally and in property rights, and years of inaction, our government has been moving very quickly and very aggressively to fix that. Pleased to report that last week in Montreal, a charge was laid, and as reported in the Globe and Mail, Douglas Frith, president of the Canadian Motion Pictures Distributors Association, said that the fact that the charges have been laid in this case shows that the legislation is working.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, Gatineau has no research centre that's entirely funded by the federal government, whereas there are 27 in Ottawa. We were promised 25% of federal jobs, and today the 27 Ottawa centres generate 6,033 jobs and receive $910 million. The federal government is not trying to catch up by opening one research centre. Is the government not aware that if Gatineau had 1/4 of the jobs that have been promised for 23 years, today there would be the Honourable Minister of Transport? Mr. Speaker, if I may, I would like to agree with the resolution made by the member for Archambault-Gatineau and the member for Hull-Aylmer. They congratulated the city for winning the Quebec Games, and contrary to what he believes, the Federalists include the entire National Capital Region in the equation, and this allows us to create jobs. There's an interrelationship. There always has been an interrelationship when it comes to the economy of both sides of the river, and I think they are well served.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Order. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order because it was in one of the questions asked. He said that child poverty rates increased while the leader was on the cabinet table. I just want to correct it, Mr. Speaker. In 1996, the poverty rates were 18.6%. In 2005,
the fact that members make misstatements in questions or answers is not normally the subject of points of order in the House. The difficulty is the member is raising a matter. It sounds like there's an objection to facts that were stated or misstated or whatever. But the Speaker can't make decisions as to what are facts and what are not. That's a matter for debate in the House. It's not something that the Speaker can be involved in. And accordingly, if the member is raising a matter about facts as stated or not stated or as misrepresented, I'm afraid it's beyond the scope of the chair and is not a valid point of order. Sorry. The honourable member for Vancouver East is rising on a point of order.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And during question period, the Minister of Natural Resources, in replying to a question, made reference to the Global Nuclear Energy Partnership Agreement and document, and in fact he referred specifically to a number of specific clauses in that document. So we would ask the Minister to table that document and information so that all members of the House can review that document, since he referred to it.
Good idea. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yeah, clearly, Mr. Speaker, the Minister was not reading from a document. There's nothing to table.
Exactly. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 5 petitions.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Mr. Hubbard, seconded by Mr. Scott, moves that Bill S-203, an act to amend the Criminal Code, cruelty to animals, be now read a first time. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Miramichi.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, it's my pleasure to reintroduce a bill to this House which recently has been approved in the Senate, entitled Bill S-203. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 86-2, I wish to state that S-203 is in the same form as Bill S-213, which is before this House in the first session, and I ask that the bill be now reinstated. And for your information, Mr. Speaker, it's an act to amend the Animal Cruelty Act. I believe it has broad support across this House, and I would hope that for those who have better ideas in terms of what might happen here, I know that it may be a matter of some debate, but we do have to do something to amend an old act which has been before our country for so many years, and this certainly will give greater support to those who are concerned with what happens with the many animals that people enjoy and which often are our friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Chair is satisfied that this bill is in the same form as Bill C-213 was at the time of prorogation of the first session of the 39th Parliament. En conséquence,
Consequently, pursuant to Standing Order 86, this is deemed read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Motions. Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Nepean Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present in this House a petition on behalf of many of my constituents who are calling on the Liberal Senate to immediately pass the Tackling Violent Crime Act so that we can raise the age of sexual consent from 14 to 16 and protect youngsters from adult sexual predators. As you know, Mr. Speaker, that bill will ban adults from sexual relations with kids under the age of 16. It is the right thing to do for our kids. It is just plain right for all Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vegreville Wainwright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my constituents and others from the area are saying that due to inadequate sentences passed in Shane Ralston's murder and in other crimes, they're asking that the sentences be reevaluated to criminals to ensure that the sentences are adequate, that they match the crime committed. And they would, of course, be delighted in the action our government's taken in this matter, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's my honour today to present over 200 signatures to a petition that was signed that says that all Canadians deserve the right to own property, and that property be protected against undue seizure, and that currently the motion 315 is before the House to call on parliamentarians to support that and to amend the Section 7 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to extend property rights to Canadians. Thank you very much.
Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today, Q15, Q32, and Q104. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, questions number Q3, Q16, Q17, Q19, Q44, Q46, Q52, Q53, and Q75 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
The questions enumerated by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have been answered. Is it the pleasure of the House that questions Q3, Q16, Q17, Q19, Q44, Q46, Q52, Q53, and Q75 be made orders for return. Agreed and so ordered. L'Honorable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Finally, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Government House Leaders rising on a point of order.
Indeed, I am, Mr. Speaker. As I indicated I would yesterday in the Thursday question, I would like to designate Thursday, December 6, 2007, as the last allotted day of this supply period.
Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-28, the Budget and Economic Statement Implementation Act 2007.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to get up to speak on this bill, but it's I have to say it's sad that we're having to debate this bill. I don't think this bill should have been brought forward in the manner it was, and I say that because one of the things that we have been very clear on in our side of the House is that Canadians need to have a fulsome debate as to how the surplus of the nation is spent. And I want to begin my comments on that note, Mr. Speaker, because something I call truth in advertising. The government was in opposition, very clear on its position as to how we should be dealing with the finances of the nation. In fact, I recall in 2005, the then leader of the opposition party, now Prime Minister, saying that to have these kinds of surpluses that we have was akin to fiscal mismanagement, he went as far as to say. And he was saying that because of what had been happening with the previous Liberal government, and there had been a pattern of underestimating the surpluses. And of course, we agreed with him on that note, the fact that there should be more accuracy and, if you will, truth in advertising, and understanding exactly how much money is projected to be in the surplus. And we know over the years, the private sector forecasters, the not-for-profit forecasters, were all accurate in their projections of what the federal surplus would be, and the government would always underestimate it. The surpluses would come forward and they'd go, oh, look what we have here, a terrific surplus, which was no news to those who have been paying attention and keeping an eye on these things, but apparently it was to the then government. And then, of course, what happened is that the surplus would be spirited away to pay down the debt, which is a noble thing and might be the best thing to do. But the way it was done, Mr. Speaker, is that there was no debate. There was absolutely no indication to Canadians that this surplus was something that we could actually talk about, that we should decide where the money should be spent and invested in our community. So it's rather sad, I guess, is the way to put it, Mr. Speaker, that now that the Conservatives are in power, they've decided to replicate the same behavior as the previous government when it comes to surpluses. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, which is more egregious, is that in Bill C-2, the Accountability Act, there was a provision in the Accountability Act for a budgetary officer of Parliament. It's in the Act. Anyone can go look at it. That bill, of course, is passed. What hasn't been acted on, brought into force, if you will, is that budgetary officer of Parliament, along with the PAC, or the idea that we can actually have people who are appointed to agencies, boards, and commissions to have to be appointed according to merit. Those two key foundations that the NDP supported, and in the case of the Public Appointments Commission amended, have not brought into force. So what we have is a government that, in opposition, said that we need to debate the surplus, we need to have accurate forecasting, we need to make sure that Canadians are aware of what the finances of the nation are, come into government, and not only do they continue the past practice, the poor practice of the previous government of not being upfront about what the surpluses are, but they don't bring into force and appoint a budgetary officer of Parliament whose job it would be to give unblemished, objective forecasting so that all members of Parliament, and by extension Canadians, will understand what the fiscal framework of this nation is. Add on to that, Mr. Speaker, this method of using a fiscal update to bring forward a very substantial change in the fiscal framework. And you just have to look at what's being proposed in this. Major tax giveaways to corporations and effects that will continue on for many, many years. This isn't a fiscal update. A colleague of mine said they make it sound like it was a mini bar in a hotel and they were just doing a little, fiscal update in those little bottles you get. He said in his own way that this was more like a 40-pounder. This is a big giveaway. This is a substantial tax giveaway to corporations with no debate that is substantive. We're debating this now, but normally this would come forward in a budget. Instead, we have it as a quote-unquote fiscal update. So I just wanted to begin my comments on process, on accountability, on what the government said it would do in opposition vis-a-vis surpluses, and as well as what it said it would do around the Accountability Act with the budgetary officer of Parliament to provide objective, unblemished fiscal updates. And I think that's important. I think that's important for parliamentarians. I think it's important for Canadians to know exactly how much the surpluses are going to be so we can have a fulsome debate and not automatically have the money go immediately to pay off the debt, holus bolus, and to have these kinds of fiscal updates without the information to Parliament ahead of time. Mr. Speaker, that said, we have the fiscal update in front of us. We have this bill in front of us. And what it says, essentially, is that the government's role is to shrink the pie that we can invest within our respective communities. And what I mean by that, Mr. Speaker, is when you look at the amount of tax giveaways given to corporations, the fact that we will have less in the revenue streams for the federal government at the same time that there are up to $123 billion in infrastructure debts across this land, at a time when we have needs in terms of housing, we have needs in terms of affordable education, we have needs in terms of affordable drugs, we have a widening prosperity gap. What this Conservative government has done is said, well, what we'll do is we'll actually shrink the pie so that in future there's less ability for the federal government to actually make a difference in the lives of everyday Canadians. The $123 billion infrastructure deficit or debt that exists in this country, Mr. Speaker, was recently brought to the attention of Canadians and parliamentarians by an excellent study that was done by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, a group that I might add that the government used as a validator in previous budgets, but now seems to be wanting to distance itself from when the news it provides, that is the FCM, is not the news that the government wants to hear. What the study does, Mr. Speaker, is it outlines the infrastructure deficits across the land. Why should we care about that, Mr. Speaker? We're at the federal level, it's the municipal, and I guess this government would say quit whining. In fact, we've heard this government say that. Quit whining, make do with what you have, and I guess raise your property taxes. What the government has denied is the reality of our communities. And in this study, Mr. Speaker, it shows that our bridges, our sewers, our water systems, etc., need updating and are falling apart. Mr. Speaker, you know the horror stories we've heard throughout the land of our infrastructure falling apart. It's a real cost and it's a real shame that this government didn't see the need for investing in our communities. So I want to finish up, Mr. Speaker, by imploring that this government take a look at the deficit across this land amongst our partners at the municipal level, listen to them, and make sure you act upon what they're doing. They know what is going on in our communities. You would know that, Mr. Speaker. And the fact that we're going to provide them no relief in this fiscal update is not only a shame, it's an abhorrent action by this government and shows the lack of responsibility that they are taking in terms of the infrastructure of this nation. So I implore that other parties join with us and oppose this bill and not to abstain. We saw that before. It's not a credible position by any member of Parliament to abstain on this. It's too important for Canadians, and it's too important for the infrastructure of our cities and municipalities. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to rise on this issue. I look forward to any comments from my colleagues or questions on a debate that is very serious, very important, and very incredibly sad in terms of what the actions of this government are vis-à-vis this bill. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague. He is if he's anything, he's a staunch defender of his constituency, his city, his province, and his country. And Mr. Speaker, he's absolutely correct when he talks about the municipal debt or deficit in terms of structure for water, sewer, transit, you name it. These cities across our country are crumbling, not just in the major cities, but in the rural parts of Canada as well. But, Mr. Speaker, my question to him is on the human deficit. While you're giving over $7 billion to the most profitable corporations in the country, which are making very good money under the current tax regime, you give an additional $7 billion to them, some of them foreign-owned, and so, but you tell children with autism, we can't help you. You tell widows of veterans, you have to wait. You tell atomic veterans, we might get around to it. You tell Agent Orange victims, only some of you will get it, the rest don't. So my question, Mr. Speaker, on just this particular example, what type of government is it that ignores the plight of so many who are left behind to enhance the profits of those who are already doing very well in this country? Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre has the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Nova Scotia for the hard work that he has done for veterans and for autism students and children. In fact, I know before I was elected to Parliament as a teacher, the work that he had been doing advocating for the rights of autistic children who sadly are being ignored by this government, to be quite honest. And when we see the government decide that it's more important to give money to corporations instead of investing, and that's what his point was, Mr. Speaker, in people, in vulnerable people, I might add, children, veterans, the question he asked is what kind of government would do that. I would suggest, and this is respectfully, a government that seems to be out of touch with the communities across this land, out of touch with the people who need help. After all, Mr. Speaker, what is government here for? Are we here to have a government that is there to be advocates on behalf of just big business, or do we have a government that actually looks to help out communities, to help out the vulnerable like autistic students and children? So when we look at this bill, which is very important, this is about the finances of the nation, and we see that a government, a party that was in opposition, asked for the then Liberal government to be upfront and truthful about the surpluses and to have a debate in this place, and therefore by design in the country, about how our surpluses should be spent, and then turn around and say we won't do that and not appoint a parliamentary officer of Parliament, and that is the budgetary officer of Parliament, to provide that information. It's irresponsible and it's hypocritical. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on the point that my colleague from Nova Scotia made about how we invest in people, I might add the people presently who are seeking affordable housing, there's over 10,000 people right here in Ottawa, in the nation's capital, who are looking for affordable housing. They're on a waiting list. They've been waiting for a very long time. They're being ignored by this. No money for them. And the government says it invested in affordable housing. Well, just a point that should be made, that was money from C-48. Those were the amendments that the NDP made in 2005. That's the last investment we've seen in affordable housing. And it's not good enough for the residents in Ottawa. It's not good enough for the people of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore will be interested to know that there is a minute that will include both the question and the answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague is absolutely correct about housing, Mr. Speaker. I just did a tour of the far north in the high Arctic, and you talk about acute housing needs. They desperately need help, and they need it now, and this government completely ignored them. But, Mr. Speaker, the reality is the government has clearly defined where they are. They are only for the individual, where we in the NDP are for the collective. That is a very clear distinction. And I would just like him to elaborate onto why a nation that should be a healing nation to bring all people forward and to encourage all people to have the same rights and benefits, why so many are left behind by this government.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre has 20 seconds to do this elaboration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll do it quick. I think they're just listening to the wrong people. They're not listening to the communities. And I guess, Mr. Speaker, when you do that and you're out of touch, I guess the voters will have a chance to put them back on track and maybe put them out of power. Who knows what will happen in the next election, but if they stop listening to Canadians and communities, that's exactly what will happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable the Chief Opposition Whip, an Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is a distinct pleasure and honour to get to have an opportunity to rise in the House today to speak about the economic statement that was tabled in this House earlier in the fall. Mr. Speaker, I know that you would agree with me because we're all spend a lot of time in our constituencies, and certainly the constituents of Kitchener Centre and in fact Canadians right across this nation have indicated that they do not want tax cuts at the expense and the compromise of the social fabric of the nation. For the majority of Canadians, spending on Medicare and education, the elimination of poverty, the creation of a national child care program, as well as the protection of the environment, all come before tax cuts as their priorities. Today we have an economy in Canada that is performing extremely well. In fact, the federal treasury is awash in cash. As the government announced in September, it ran a surplus this year of $14 billion. Certainly, a tax break was in order during times of such prosperity. But they also announced the reduction of the lowest tax bracket to 15%, when in reality they were merely reinstating a tax cut that our previous Liberal government had made. You see, this Conservative government in its initial budget raised the tax rate of the lowest income bracket from 15% to 15.5%. Now, it's hardly a tax cut when you merely return the same rate that you previously increased in the budget preceding. Canadians are no further ahead financially than they were before this government, this minority Conservative government, took power. Now, many in this House will recall the previous Liberal government's $100 billion tax reduction plan. It was passed in the year 2000. It was the largest tax cut in history, and Canadians continue to benefit from that budget today. What made the tax relief plan and the subsequent Liberal tax relief so effective was how very broad the application was. Millions of people benefited from those reductions. We are also in favor of reducing the tax burden on corporations because we recognize this is one way to unleash Canada's productive capacity. And, Mr. Speaker, our record speaks to this. This finance minister and this government make much of the reduction of 1% in the GST. They have gone from 5% to 5% from 6%. What's interesting about this is the vast majority of economists, as a matter of fact, those with any kind of economical sense, are quick to acknowledge that trimming taxes on consumption offer very little in the term of economic stimulus. And quite frankly, advantage rich, because we all know that you would get more GST relief in buying a Mercedes-Benz than you would a bicycle. It's simple arithmetic. On this side of the House, we're accustomed to governing with vision and with an eye to the long-term economic good of our country. The quick fix, simplistic initiatives put forward by this Conservative government are designed to pay dividends at the ballot box in the next election. There's no commitment to long-term economic vitality, no vision, and no attention to growth. The Conservatives fail to deliver on a long-term vision of the investments that need to be made in using the record-setting fiscal strength that they inherited from our previous Liberal governments. We need a system of taxation that will provide an economic stimulus to help mitigate the economic slowdown in the United States. No one can dispute that Canada will face consequences of any economic changes that happen in the United States. With our loonie on par and occasionally going above par and being worth more than the US dollar, Canadian manufacturers need help from this government. The Conservative government is failing to create or even protect thousands of manufacturing jobs. In 2006, the House of Commons Committee on Industry made 22 unanimous recommendations to help Canada's manufacturing sector. So of the 22 unanimous recommendations, Mr. Speaker, to date, one has partially been implemented, and that was the creation of a 2-year window for writing off capital investments at an accelerated rate, as opposed to the committee's recommendation of a 5-year window. Meanwhile, other sectors, such as those booming with oil sands industry, continue to enjoy a much more generous accelerated capital cost allowance. These, Mr. Speaker, are industries that have immense return on their investment, and yet we see the manufacturing sector struggling in Canada and hear silence from this government. Canadian communities are also feeling the pinch of this Conservative mismanagement. According to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Canada's cities and communities now face over a $100 billion infrastructure deficit. And yet $4 billion of the government's $30 billion called the Building Canada Fund has been earmarked for municipal infrastructure. Clearly, this is simply not enough. Canadian cities and municipalities need long-term sustainable funding for infrastructure programs. This requires partnering at all levels of government. But the Conservatives fail to come to the table. The Conservative finance minister accused mayors, my own mayor from Kitchener, as whiners. He dismissed them. He said, "We don't deal in potholes, go home." And yet everybody lives in a community, whether it's a village or a city, and they recognize that there needs to be attention to infrastructure. How many more bridges do we need to collapse and injure or kill Canadians before we recognize the screaming deficit that we have in the investment in infrastructure? Similarly, the Conservatives' immigration program shows no real desire to respond to the needs of either our economy or to the needs of new Canadians. Their approach has a narrow regional focus. It lacks long-term objectives for our immigration system. It ignores the realities of the Canadian labour market, where there are severe shortages. In addition, the Conservatives' plan is targeted almost exclusively at Western Canada, showing no real desire to respond to the needs of employers in other provinces. In Budget 2006, the Conservatives provided $18 million over 2 years to create the Canadian Agency for Assessment and Recognition of Credentials. So this is for foreign-trained professionals that want to immigrate to Canada. This represented a $145 million reduction. I underscore $145 million reduction in spending on foreign credential recognition, and cut the shelf life of the programming in half from what was promised in 2005. What's worse, Budget 2007 continued this backward path by breaking this meager commitment. Instead of creating a foreign credential agency, they replaced it with a foreign credential referral office that's worth $13 million over 2 years. And this merely provides referral services for prospective immigrants to connect with appropriate provincial assessment bodies, rather than actually helping the foreign-trained workers find jobs quickly. Statistics show us that within the next 20 years, immigration will account for all of Canada's net labour force and population growth. Passing the buck to provinces and territories hardly seems a responsible reaction in addressing this sector of our society and our economy. Liberal governments have implemented numerous infrastructure programs in the 90s and the early 2000s to support municipal infrastructure projects, culminating in $5 billion over 5 years with the transfer of gas tax funds to municipalities, continuing the $2 billion annually to 2009. We've also invested in $263 million, this is the Liberals, in Foreign Trained Workers Initiative in 2005 and over $100 million to improve the delivery of immigration services. As a member of the Liberal Party, I have consistently advocated for the support of Canadian families while promoting fiscal responsibility and building a solid economic foundation for the future. I find this budget short-sighted and irresponsible. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I want to start off that I have tremendous respect for the honourable member that just spoke. But she had talked about the values that Canadians wish to have, investments in health and education and infrastructure and everything else, yet her own government announced, and she said so in her speech, $100 billion worth of tax cuts in 2000. And we said the same things that she said now in 2000, that many people were left behind, autistic children, veterans, shipbuilding industries, and everything else. And yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker, it is important to ensure that taxes are done fairly and equitably right across the board. And if reductions need to take place, then they need to be done with a proper and thorough debate in the House of Commons. But I want to give her an opportunity to elaborate just a bit more on this style of government that turns around and gives a massive tax break to those very, very profitable corporations, usually the financial sector and the oil and gas sector, who are already making, Mr. Speaker, record profits under the current tax system. Yet they turn around, Mr. Speaker, and for a couple of cents off, a penny or two off a cup of coffee or whatever, the average Canadian will not feel any major tax reduction at all in their tax system. Yet the very wealthy who run some of these corporations will feel the lion's share of these. Does she not think it appropriate, Mr. Speaker, that investing in those people who are going to be left behind by this particular government, farmers, fishermen, Inuit, First Nations people, children with autism, I go back to that again and again and again, families that are suffering, homelessness, infrastructure, you name it, there are so many things, Mr. Speaker, the government can and should be investing in, and they simply have regifted many things that we in the NDP pushed for in Bill C-48 of the previous Parliament. But I'd like her to stand up and ask, why does she think that this Conservative government and its Conservative members, who individually are really decent people, Mr. Speaker, but collectively they seem to have lost their minds. They've gone blank, Mr. Speaker. And so I'd like to give her a chance, Mr. Speaker, to elaborate a bit more and enunciate as to why the Conservatives would be so cold-hearted to many of the things I've just mentioned. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unless this sounds like a mutual admiration society, I would have to say that I have eminent respect for the colleague that just posed the question. And I know that they're, in the main, members in all parties of this House come to make this a better country for their constituents, their province, and for Canadians that live right across Canada. I guess in direct response, I would look at the accelerated write-down of capital costs and ask why this government would choose to continue to have a richer write-down of capital costs for people in the oil sands that have record profits right now and ignore the plight of manufacturers. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I think there are many things that this government has done that really underscore a philosophical bent. There is an expression that's often, and I don't know if people viewing this on TV will understand, but it's called retail politics, and it's what will sell at the ballot box. It is the politics of division in choosing winners and creating losers. And I can look, and again, this government had a $14 billion legacy of surplus left over from the hard work, not just of this previous Liberal governments, but all Canadians, because we recognize that everybody collectively tightened their belt to get rid of the $42 billion deficit that we had inherited as a government. They have cancelled the Core Challenges program. Philosophically, they've taken the word equality out of the mandate of status of women. There seems to be an absolute philosophical bent to decide who votes for you and how to reward them. Communities and cities right across this nation need the kind of partnership that we can create at the federal government. I look at Waterloo Region and Kitchener Centre. I look at the homeless issue. I look at the supporting community initiatives. Over $320 million that went into $320,000, that went into my riding, and what the local levels of government and nonprofits did to make sure that nobody was left behind in my community. That's the kind of leadership and partnership Canadians deserve and should respect from a federal government. It is not the kind of leadership that they're getting from this minority Conservative government.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy today to rise to speak to Bill C-28, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget that was tabled last March and to implement certain provisions of the economic statement tabled last October. Now, I'd first like to say that this bill, following what my other colleagues have said, this bill does not meet the 5 priorities that have been set out by the Bloc Québécois, and we will all remember this involves the complete elimination of the spending power, tax measures for the regions affected by the forestry crisis, maintaining supply management in agriculture, the withdrawal of Canada from Afghanistan in 2009, and the respect of Kyoto and the interests of Quebec. And in this bill, once again, as is always the case, the wealthy will be getting the biggest share of the goodies. The oil companies will be getting the largest share of the tax breaks given to businesses, while Quebec manufacturers who don't make a profit will not be able to benefit from the budget. There are no measures to help the manufacturing and forest sectors. They are experiencing a crisis at this time, and yesterday my colleague from Trois-Rivières in a question said that shock treatment was needed, but the Conservatives aren't about to do that. And this bill completely neglects the needs of the seniors. I'm very interested in seniors, so that's what I will talk to you about. The bill provides for no indexation of the GIS, nor is there any full retroactivity for seniors who had been eligible for years but who were not given the GIS. There is no program for older workers who have lost their jobs and can't find new ones. This bill would improve an agreement between Nova Scotia and the government, but it involves equalization, and Quebec will be penalized. And that's why we're against the bill, whether it be tax credits or a GST reduction. Those who will benefit will be among the wealthiest in our society, while others are getting poorer. And that trend continues, even though these people are the ones who need the help. Let's look at how the government operates. I've been in the House for a year now as a Bloc Québécois member, and I often feel that we are the only ones to stand up to defend the poor when it comes to reducing the GST by 1%, and this will cost the federal government $6 billion and Quebec government $100 million. We might wonder who will really benefit. I've spoken to others, and I was given an example, and it's a total aberration. I was told that someone who buys a house that costs $300,000 will be the one to benefit from this 1% drop in the GST. Who can afford a $300,000 house? Would that be most of the people in Quebec or Canada who buy themselves $300,000 houses? I doubt that very much. That isn't what the majority of Quebecers or Canadians could afford. So who will benefit from the drop in the GST? Now, I'm going to deal more particularly with seniors, people who live in poverty and very often live under the low-income line or under the poverty line. Since last spring, I have toured Quebec, and I've realized to what extent many seniors live in extreme poverty. In 2004, a study was done to establish the low-income level, which was set at $14,794. That was in 2004 for a person living alone. The maximum GIS payment in 2007, even with the $18 increase given by the Conservatives, the GIS at most would represent $13,514, which means that a senior who is poor and who is receiving the top GIS benefit would still be living under the poverty level and would have to make up $1,280 a year or $106 a month just to reach the low-income or poverty line. And this is scandalous, in my opinion. And it seems to me when one is aware of this, it would be morally and humanely desirable for a government that has $11.6 billion in surplus this year and over $14 billion in surplus next year should do something to help the less privileged in our society. And that's not the case. In Quebec and in Canada, there are many seniors who don't receive the GIS benefit, even if they are entitled to it, because they don't have the information that they require. Seniors are not aware of this program, and the government is doing nothing to tell them about it. In Quebec alone, 40,000 seniors, poor seniors, are eligible for the GIS benefit, but they aren't receiving it because they don't have the proper information. A few years ago, Mr. Gagnon from the Bloc Québécois did a great job in trying to alert these seniors, and they managed to alert thousands of them, but there are still some who don't know. Last week on the CBC, we saw a woman from Toronto, Mrs. Bolduc, aged 78, living on $7,000 a year. She was entitled to the guaranteed income supplement, but she didn't know that. And a social worker took on her case. However, it would have been nice if she could have had 5 years in retroactive payments, but she was only given 11 months of retroactive payments. And this represented, the 5 years retroactivity would only represent $12,000. A reporter said, well, Mrs. Bolduc, what would you do with that extra $12,000? And she said, I would buy winter clothing because winter is almost upon us. I phoned Mrs. Bolduc the other day. I spent an hour with her on the phone. She had just left the hospital because she broke her arm last Friday when she fell in the subway in Toronto. And I asked Mrs. Bolduc if I could quote her today and talk about her, and she said that I had her blessing. So for a priest, that's all I needed. Usually I'm the one who gives the blessings, but she gave me her blessing. And there's something that she said, and I would like to share it with you. She said the following: in a country as rich as ours, it's a shame to deprive the elderly from a decent income. And I think we should repeat that so that the Conservatives will hear it. And what is the worst thing about this is that the government is aware of the situation but is doing nothing to help seniors. They would prefer to pay down the debt than help seniors live in dignity. That's scandalous in my eyes. In fact, it's immoral. It's indecent to treat our seniors in this way because they are the ones who built this country. They aren't asking for charity. They're simply asking for what they deserve, what is owed to them. And we know that our seniors are getting poorer and that housing is inadequate and in short supply. The suicide rate among seniors is rising. When we know all of this, it's scandalous not to act, not to do something for them. The Bloc Québécois cannot vote in favor of this bill because it perpetuates injustices against the manufacturing industries, against older workers, against seniors, and I believe it's important for us to speak out against this. I have 2 minutes left, so I will wind up. In closing, I would like to repeat something that Mr. Georges Lalonde said in a document that he sent to the seniors in Quebec. Mr. Georges Lalonde is the president of the Quebec Seniors Council, and he quoted Victor Hugo to show how important seniors are in a society like ours. And I will read the quote from strong tradition comes everything that covers the world, everything that the heavens can bless, everything in humanity that is divine, that takes the past as a root and that has as its future the leaves. This means that seniors are important because they represent our roots, but they help us to build our future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jean-Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague for Repentigny for his very moving speech when he told us about an older person, a senior, who was deprived of her GIS rights, and she explained how shameful the government was because it will be paying down the national debt, and that's not such a bad thing, but it should start by paying back the seniors to whom this money is owed. What the Bloc Québécois is asking for is not to come up with any new type of subsidy. They're entitled to that money because they didn't have the information, because the government didn't provide the information. They forgot to claim these benefits in the past. And if we are supposed to pay our debts, then we should start by paying our debt to seniors. And they don't want to provide full retroactivity, and that's bad enough. But had the opposite occurred, if seniors had for 5 or 10 years forgotten or neglected to pay their taxes, I would submit, Mr. Speaker, that they could not simply tell the revenue agency, well, it's been more than 11 months, too bad, I can't pay my taxes, or I won't pay my taxes. So this is my question to my colleague. Does he not find it scandalous that there is a double standard here? If a senior owes the government money, the government can go back 5, 10, 15 years. But if the government owes money to a senior for some strange, bizarre reason, that person will only be given 11 months in retroactive benefits. And this is the second question for my colleague. Does he not find it shameful that the government, during the election campaign, had promised to deal with this problem, but they haven't done it yet? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, or questions. It's true that it is a scandal. A senior told me, well, the government has a very long arm when it comes into my pockets to take my money, but the arm isn't all that long when the government goes into its own pockets. And this was that senior's way of saying that things are not very fair. And with these surpluses this year, it seems to me that it would be easy enough to deal with the retroactive issue. It would cost $3.1 billion for all of Canada. There's a surplus of $11 billion. So they could deal with the problem, and seniors are becoming more and more numerous. In 2015, there will be quite a majority of people who are 60 years of age and over. These people are not necessarily secure or feeling that they are safe. They are worried, and it seems to me that we should help our seniors. It's important. Now, the second question, the promise that was not kept. During the election campaign, the Conservatives said that they would deal with this problem, but they haven't done so. The seniors were given $18 more per month, but we know they need at least $110 just to reach the poverty level. So that is scandalous and immoral. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member. If the Honourable Member would like to sit down for 2 minutes, I would like to give the floor to the member for Berthier-Masquinonché, please. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank our colleague for his speech. As you know, our colleague for Repentigny has been leading a very spiritual life for some years, and I'm sure he's scandalized to see what has been done to seniors and unemployed as well, because there's money in the EI fund that they are getting. Money's being taken away from seniors, being taken away from the unemployed. And I'd like to ask the member for Repentigny how he sees this right-wing government, which wants to do away with all political programs and policies. The member has 20 seconds to respond to that allegation. Well, in order to answer the question, yes, it is scandalous. Take housing, for example. When I toured Quebec, I went to Rimouski. There are seniors in wheelchairs living on the 4th floor of a building with no elevator, and we know that CMHC has surpluses every year. We're asking for a greater transfer for Quebec based on the population.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome this opportunity to speak with regards to the government's budget and Economic Implementation Act. Mr. Speaker, although they often seem to be about numbers, balance sheets, and allocations, the reality is that budgets are truly about people. They are not just dollars and cents. The decisions that are made here directly affect the lives of millions of Canadians, and this is an important and enduring responsibility. I've always believed that in the context of budgets must be fair, balanced, and responsible. Not just responsible in fiscal terms, but responsible in how they treat Canadians. I'm always pleased and honored to have the opportunity to visit with constituents and agencies within my riding of Davenport. Their insights are invaluable to me, and they are truly caring and dedicated people. During the recent break in the parliamentary calendar, I met with many of these wonderful people who live and provide invaluable service in my riding. I visit with agencies like Food Share, the Working Women Community Centre, St. Christopher's House, and Stop Community Centre. I also had the opportunity to meet with residents of Terra Nova, New Horizons, the Rankin Buildings, and St. Anne's. Mr. Speaker, at each location, I was deeply moved by the concerns that were expressed by these caring and concerned people. These concerns touched on things we should all see as priorities. They spoke about poverty in this country, the crisis facing our cities, and fair taxation policies, to name but a few of the things they talked about. Mr. Speaker, I share the concerns of my constituents on the issue of poverty, and in particular the realities that many of our children and most vulnerable citizens must face each and every day. Only a few days ago, a report was issued that indicated that 1 in every 8 Canadian children lives in poverty. This, Mr. Speaker, is an outrage in a country as blessed and prosperous as Canada. It is amazing when statistics like this are released and all the government can do is speak of growth statistics and optimistic fiscal forecasts which fail to take into account the human face of poverty. Mr. Speaker, in my city of Toronto, there are 93,000 households living in poverty. During my meeting at the Rankin Buildings in my riding, the people there spoke of the realities of poverty. Mr. Speaker, in the context of the government fiscal plan, we see not one economist of note anywhere in this country who agrees that the 1% cut in the GST is a sound fiscal policy. Not one. In fact, most agree that the reduction in the GST will have much minimal effect for the average family, that the supposed gains would be virtually negligible. As the Leader of the Opposition has suggested repeatedly, the funds from 1% GST would have been much better spent addressing issues facing Canada's most vulnerable people. Can you imagine the investment that could be made in the fight against poverty with the billions of dollars this government is relinquishing on the GST cuts? People in my riding can. Why can't this government? During my visit to programs like Food Share and Stop Community Food Centre, the realities of hunger are rarely more apparent. What kind of government adopts policies for political shows while many of its most vulnerable citizens go hungry? I am proud that our leader of my party has announced a real plan of action on this issue of poverty in Canada. Our 30-50 plan would create a making work pay benefits, improve the child tax benefits, lift seniors out of poverty, assist First Nations people, and as per its name cut the number of people living below the poverty line by 30% within 5 years, and reduce the number of children living below the poverty line by 50% in 5 years. Mr. Speaker, this is a real plan of action, not just platitude and political posturing. The residents of St. Anne's, Terra Nova, and New Horizons live in the heart of Toronto. They witness each day the need for investment in our cities, particularly in the areas of infrastructure and public transit. Mr. Speaker, cities across the country require a minimum of $123 billion in infrastructure funding. Like the famous line from the movie once asked, "Where's the money?" Unfortunately, from the governments, there's very little to be found, even in time of unprecedented prosperity that they inherit as a result of the hard work of the previous Liberal government. My colleagues, the member from Don Valley West, who served as infrastructure minister in the previous Liberal government, had welcomed cities to the table and had begun a process of supporting them with real and meaningful funding. We don't see this from the current government. Yesterday, we heard of the government's action with regards to HIV and AIDS funding and the decision to honor commitments made by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation by taking money away from other programs instead of putting forward new money as agreed. This, Mr. Speaker, is simply wrong. In 2005, the former Liberal government put forward a real fiscal plan of action to help seniors, assist students, address poverty, support childcare, and improve the lives of millions of Canadians. That's what a budget should be really about. Mr. Speaker, the reality is this government is like the salesperson who sells a shiny new car with gleaming paint, clean windows, nice upholstery, but the car has no engine. It's all smoke and mirrors. For Canada's most vulnerable, for those most in need, including our senior students, the working poor, and the cities in which they live, there's nothing in this budget document that provides any hope for a better future. I am proud to belong to a party that has a more just, a more equitable, and more humane view of Canada. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House are heirs to the legacy of Trudeau and Pearson, the party of national health care, and the Canada Pension Plan, and we will always speak up for those who are most vulnerable, and I am proud to do that today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to correct the record, too. It was actually a Conservative Prime Minister that brought in the Canada Pension Plan, and as well it was Prime Minister Diefenbaker that lowered the age to 65. But I wanted to ask the member, because he was talking about fairness and justice, that when the people of Canada elected us, we had a situation where there was an unbalanced marriage penalty in the taxation laws. There was an accelerated capital cost allowance for the oil fields. The majority of families had no benefit at all for child care. The corporate tax rate was such a burden on Canadian companies it was hard for them to compete. And they had promised to scrap the GST and never did, Mr. Speaker. So I want to ask the member which one of these initiatives, after we corrected the marriage penalty and now a spouse that stays at home has the same exemption, we cut the GST to 5%. The personal exemption rate we took down by $1,000. The age exemption for seniors also raised another $1,000 so they pay less tax. And then we've also introduced income pension splitting for seniors. Which one of those initiatives would he like us to remove for the people of Canada? These are all initiatives for people who are in vulnerable situations who need help, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member speaks of the initiative the government is bringing forward, but yet we see from our cities that are crying for infrastructure monies, need of more childcare spaces without any support from this government. The member opposite forgets that this is a government, for the first time, I think, believe in the history of our country, that in fact has no elected members in any of the large major cities in this country. None in Montreal, none in Vancouver, none in Toronto. And there's a reason for that, because it's not understanding the real needs of the major cities and their concerns facing poverty, issues of homelessness, issues affecting seniors, issues affecting infrastructure. That is the reason that this party, that this government has in fact no support within the major cities across this country. And if you look at their record, it speaks for itself. And that is it is the record, in fact, that in fact the majority of our cities cannot support the Conservative government because of the fact that it has a dismal record when it comes to addressing issues of poverty, of homelessness, of child care in our cities that is so badly needed. And I would challenge this member to go out there and speak to those cities and tell them you have done exactly what he said, because most cities and most municipalities and most mayors, in fact, laugh at his face.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Jean-Lebert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I didn't have the opportunity earlier to ask my third question, but perhaps my colleague from the Liberal Party would be able to answer it. We have talked about this heartless government that refuses to pay the money it owes to people who were tricked out of their GIS. We know that according to our political philosophies, we might think that the state should become more or less involved in the life of its citizens. We know that solidarity is an important thing. Individualism, others may feel, is more important. But there is one thing that brings all members of this House together. It is basic justice. When you owe money to old people, above all, it should be given to them, whether it's 1, 2, 3, or 10 years that the money's been owing. I believe that it should always be paid to them. Would my Liberal colleague not agree that no matter if we are from the right or the left, politically speaking, we find it reasonable that the elderly should be paid the money that they are owed? They are entitled to that money.
For Davenport.
Monsieur le Président, les âgés.
Mr. Speaker, the elderly, our senior citizens need our assistance. It's very clear. The rate of poverty here is too high. It's quite scandalous to have a rate of poverty so high, particularly for the elderly. And we all know that all parliamentarians must help the people in the country. Lowering the GST is not the solution. What we have to do is look at the programs and find a way to help the elderly.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm certainly pleased to have an opportunity to speak to the 2007 economic update. I must say, though, that it is a woefully inadequate document. It simply doesn't take Canada in the direction that this Parliament, this House of Commons, is obligated to take our country. It quite simply sees this government as, with the past government, taking Canada down the wrong path. It's not a balanced approach, and it completely overlooks an unprecedented opportunity to invest in the people and the communities of this nation. If you think about it, Mr. Speaker, year after year we've seen incredible surpluses, surpluses that could have been invested in a way that is appropriate and helpful. The point is, Mr. Speaker, that we haven't had any real investment in this country, haven't had a new social program in the last 30 years. And this government and the government before it had all kinds of chances to invest in national housing, in childcare, in our students. And in every juncture, both failed, and failed quite miserably. New Democrats are very concerned about this economic statement, and we want to make it very clear we will not be supporting this government's financial statement. We see it has no promise for the people that we represent. What we wanted and didn't get was a balanced approach, investment in people and communities, targeted tax relief for those who need it most, and a chance to close that ever-increasing prosperity gap. Now, I'd like to talk a little bit, Mr. Speaker, about the reality that I see in my constituency and what this budget will not mean for the people of London Fanshawe.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is writing on a point of order.
My apologies to the honourable member who's speaking, but I think it's pertinent that this point be raised to you, Mr. Speaker. During a question and comment period, the member for Jean-Lebert used an unparliamentary term, and I would request that you, Mr. Speaker, would review the blues and act in accordance with your decision.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his point of order, and I will review the blues forthwith and come back to the House if necessary. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe has the floor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I certainly would never support unparliamentary behaviour in this place, it would seem to me that we should be a lot more focused on the needs of the people of our community, their economic needs, the security of those communities, than to be dancing on words. At any rate, I wanted to talk about the city I live in, the City of London. And I want to tell you about what this budget and previous budgets have meant to those who are most vulnerable. There is a community of women who have been supported by a remarkable place, my sister's place. And about 4 years ago, Mr. Speaker, when a review was done of services for women in the City of London, it was discovered that services for women suffering from mental illness or living in abusive situations were woefully inadequate. And so out of the housing budget, out of the Skippy budget, allocations were made to support my sister's place. And they received about $150,000 a year. Now, that might sound like a lot of money, but when you put it into the large picture of things, it's really very, very little money for what we see in terms of services to the women of my community. One woman told me quite frankly that if it hadn't been for my sister's place, she would have died. She quite simply would have perished, and that she owed her life to the good people, the staff, and the sisterhood that she found at my sister's place. Because it's not just the staff, although they are absolutely remarkable and do extraordinary work. It's the other women, the 60 or so women who come in every day, who provide that additional love and support that women who are abused, women who are homeless, women who are suffering from addictions and mental illness so desperately need. It's lonely out there, Mr. Speaker, and my great regret is that this government doesn't understand what it means to be alone, what it means to be afraid, what it means to be homeless, what it means to do without day after day after day. I wish that they would try to understand. At any rate, under the Skippy funding, they received $150,000, and it was always from one year to the next. They had to reapply every year, they had to fill out extensive forms, and nobody was ever sure whether that money was coming through because the Liberal government had nothing in terms of core funding. It was a Band-Aid approach that left most of us, all of us I would say, wondering, worrying, trying to figure out how we would manage. Well, this government came through with a new project, a new plan, a new program, Mr. Speaker, and they call it Hippie on the Street, and it's supposed to take the place of Skippy. Well, the interesting thing is, Mr. Speaker, that they cut in half the allocation for my sister's place and the other agencies that make up the Homelessness Coalition in London. And so, in September, it was very clear that this very important service was going to disappear, quite simply disappear. And so the folks at my sister's place went into fundraising. And at this point in time, they've been able to cobble together a plan and find enough community support to manage. But that's not good enough, Mr. Speaker. The charity of the community is not infinite, and the time will come when the lack of funding is going to cause significant problems. For my sister's place, for Antelos, which provides services to Aboriginal people living in the city, and programs for street youth. In fact, we've lost a great deal of the programming that we had for street youth. And quite ironically, we have a government standing on its hind legs, carrying on about how it's going to address crime, and it's going to get tough on those kids, boot camps, all kinds of criminal bills, and well, I would call it a devastation of the youth in our communities. But nothing to address and protect children from being involved in crime. No preventative measures, and I've seen that firsthand in my city. Another thing that this so-called budgetary interim statement fails to address is the infrastructure problem. And I don't know whether you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, but I stood in this House about 3 weeks ago and talked about the 6-meter sinkhole that had appeared in the middle of downtown and the crumbling infrastructure. I found out subsequently, Mr. Speaker, that older cities like Montreal, Toronto, London are in desperate need of infrastructure dollars. In fact, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities has indicated that there's a $123 billion deficit. Soon to be a $150 billion deficit. And the end result of this lack of investment in our cities has caused a real problem in terms of not just the mess that a sinkhole and crumbling infrastructure creates, but a problem in regard to clean water. About 40% of the clean water that is produced in cities is leaking from this old infrastructure. It costs a great deal to make sure that water is safe and clean. It's a very expensive proposition, and we're losing that because we have inadequate infrastructure. I had a great deal more to say, Mr. Speaker, but I want to conclude by saying that the reality is that this economic update provides $1.50 a day to the average Canadian family, but $14.5 billion to big oil, to big banks, to those who need it least. And the end result is that $190 billion is being taken from the federal government's funding capacity, our ability to address the need for housing, the need for infrastructure. And this government, nothing. The Liberal Party sat on its hands. It's not acceptable.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier, Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, I would listen carefully to my colleague's speech. We in the Bloc have some very specific, precise ideas about how to help the workers that are hard hit by the forestry crisis, but there was nothing in the economic statement for the manufacturing sector, or there was nothing like POWA for older workers, nothing for people who need supplements, income supplements. My colleague mentioned in her speech that that this whole issue of the GIS is money that the government owes to the elderly. We in the Bloc say, whether we're on the right or the left in terms of politics, no matter how different our politics might be, it seems that above all we should at least respect our word. The Conservatives haven't done that, because during the election campaign in Quebec they said that they would normalize the situation surrounding the GIS that was owed the elderly people. They didn't do that, nor have they replaced the POWA program. This week, there's some $55 billion it was noted was accumulated in the fund, and yet this week they voted against legislation that could have helped out the situations I have described. So to my colleague, how can it be that this government can do nothing for the poor and the most needy in society?
Well, I guess it's a matter of priority, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I would like to follow up with a couple of observations. He talks about seniors, and in the Committee for the Status of Women, we looked at the economic security of primarily women, but we touched on senior women and seniors in general, and discovered that far too many of our seniors are indeed living in poverty. And again, I come back to that $14.5 billion, all of that money for big oil, for big banks, and nothing for the people who desperately need it. Nothing for seniors, nothing for women who are living below the poverty line because they can't access programs. And certainly we've seen the plundering of programs, not just from this government, but from previous governments, the plundering of the Employment Insurance Fund, and no real consideration or concern for how you build a community. What is it that you must do in order to have strong communities? And investment in those communities is essential. And yet we see the $190 billion that has been taken out of the federal government's ability to invest, to fund communities, to create the kind of nation that leadership, real leadership, would determine this government should be concerned about.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Soon, Mr. Speaker, there's only probably a minute just to ask a question, but I would ask the member if she believes that taking a country which inherited a $42 billion annual deficit in the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2004, and turning that into, I believe it was 8 or 9 consecutive surplus budgets, paying down debt, reducing income taxes by $35 billion, Mr. Speaker, and giving Canada the lowest unemployment rate in 30 years. If that is the facts, which I know they are, why would the member insult everyone's intelligence and suggest that somehow the government, the previous government, did nothing, as she said in her speech?
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. It's interesting, and I have a little story in regard to those surpluses and that reduction of the deficit. In 1997, at a luncheon, Jean Chrétien congratulated himself for reducing the deficit and bringing about prosperity. What he didn't tell everyone was that he had raided the EI fund, and people entitled to employment insurance were receiving none.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is a Friday, and we're just a few minutes before we move into the last little part of the day of the private member's business. But I would have wanted to have a full time slot to talk about repackaging, and it has nothing to do with industry or business. It has to do with that government over there, Mr. Speaker, who has basically not come up with anything new that wasn't already in the works when they became government. Then they reintroduced it. The transportation bill that we had, Mr. Speaker, I remember the parliamentary secretary getting up and saying, we've had extensive consultations, Mr. Speaker, on this, and we've come up with this bill. Well, Mr. Speaker, there were, in fact, extensive consultations. In fact, those extensive consultations went on for 2 years. They went on for 2 years, but they took credit for it. They took credit for it. They took credit for the bill. It was a good bill. It was supported. Then, Mr. Speaker, what do? Here's some more repackaging. You come up with 10 or 12 justice bills, 10 or 12 justice bills, Mr. Speaker, and they all go through the process and they go to the Justice Committee, and then all of a sudden, the Justice Committee can only deal with one bill at a time. They've loaded it all up. They have no chance whatsoever, Mr. Speaker, to deal with them all. They have to do them in a reasonable order. So, Mr. Speaker, all of a sudden, then the Prime Minister gets up at some function and says the other parties have wasted 1,000 days, Mr. Speaker, in getting through our important legislation on crime. Well, Mr. Speaker, the government hasn't even been empowered 1,000 days. That's a long time. But he says, oh, well, what I did, here's how the Prime Minister thinks, Mr. Speaker. Well, this bill was waiting for that bill that was before them, and it was waiting 200 days, and the next one was waiting 250, and the next one was waiting 300, and he added them all up and came up with 1,000. So this is the new math of the Conservative government. I have a feeling, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians have to beware. Beware of what they have shown. It is the tip of the iceberg. This is a government that cannot be trusted. This is a government, as the Transportation Minister just indicated, is very, very scary. That is the point, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you, what did they do on a scary night like Halloween? What did they do on Halloween? Well, Mr. Speaker, they had the biggest broken promise in the history of Canadian government. They had promised during the election. Well, you see, here's the Minister of Transport. He wants to yell me down. So Canadians should know that when a member's trying to speak and a minister's trying to yell him down, he must be on the right track. I know I'm on the right track, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the minister's now very animated, and I'm glad he's entertained. But the fact is, when you make a promise, Mr. Speaker, during an election campaign that you will never, ever tax income trusts if you form a government, and then you turn around, Mr. Speaker, and you levy a 31.5% tax on income trusts, which affects about 2.5 million Canadians, many of whom are seniors, Mr. Speaker, and you attack their retirement nest egg, Mr. Speaker, that's shameful. That's shameful of the government, and even the Prime Minister, when he circulated a piece of literature during the last election, it said the greatest fraud, by far the greatest fraud, is a promise not kept. Well, Mr. Speaker, Halloween was a scary night. It was a scary night for seniors who didn't know whether or not they were going to be able to survive on what was left of their hard-earned retirement savings. It was a scary night for those people who didn't have anything but those income trusts, Mr. Speaker, and all of a sudden their equity was gone. Mr. Speaker, it was a scary time for people who didn't know that they couldn't trust this government and that they made decisions based on that. Mr. Speaker, they interfered with the marketplace. They hurt Canadians, mostly seniors. They touched at the very core of integrity and credibility of government, Mr. Speaker. Those are the things that Canadians should be scared of. This government, that government, I should say, that government, Mr. Speaker, has a terrible record. Whether you look at the basic things like to say we actually reduce taxes when in fact they increase personal income taxes. They think that just because it was a budget implementation item or a mini budget that it's not law until it actually passes that implementation bill. Well, I can tell them if they want to apply those kind of rules, Mr. Speaker, we're presently talking about the 2007 budget implementation bill, and none of it is law in Canada until it passes. So don't take credit for something that isn't law, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. Order. It being 1:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. When we next return to the study of Bill C-28, there will be 4 minutes and a half left to the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Private members' business, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, a third reading of Bill C-269, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, improvement of the employment insurance system, standing in the name of Ms. Deschamps.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara West Glenbrook has the floor.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm excited today to get up and talk about Bill C-269, not so much for what it says in the bill, but just to talk about what some of the things our government is doing and why we believe that 269 is not required at this point in time. I am thankful for the opportunity to speak today at the third reading of Bill C-269, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act. I'd also like to thank all my honourable colleagues in this House for their contribution on this very important issue. I want to start off by saying that this government is committed to providing opportunities for all Canadians to participate and to succeed in Canada's growing economy. Mr. Speaker, the economy is booming. Canada's new government and the Minister of Finance have created the winning conditions so that more jobs, better wages, and a brighter future can be delivered to all Canadians. I want to point out to the sponsor of this bill, the member from Laurentide-Lebel, I know feels this is a very important issue for her and her riding and in Quebec, that in Quebec alone, the employment growth so far this year has been above the national average at 2%, with the unemployment rate at its lowest point in 33 years at 6.9% in Quebec. The figures for Canada on a whole are equally optimistic. During the first quarter of 2007, employment grew by an estimated 158,000 new jobs, more than 500,000 jobs since this government took power. Canada's unemployment rate fell to only 5.8% in October, and the great news is that these new jobs are paying more. The average hourly wage rose by 6% between August 2006 and August 2007. Despite these record employment statistics, the opposition has proposed fundamental and sweeping changes to the EI program. These changes include lowered entrance requirements, large increases in the duration of benefits, and increased benefit rates, changes that are simply not justified by these numbers. It is estimated that these changes would have combined cost to the EI program of $3.7 billion annually. They have done this without providing the House or the HoC Committee any evidence to show that these changes are actually required or warranted. The opposition spent a mere 1 hour studying this bill. Mr. Speaker, this is such an absolutely shocking amount of time to spend on a bill that proposes this level of spending of taxpayers' dollars. This amounts to more than $1 million per second of study for this bill. Although shocking, it is not surprising, considering the opposition's record of proposing bills of billions of dollars in new spending with little or no study. In addition, the opposition members on the HoC Committee refused to consult with business leaders and other stakeholders who will be affected mostly by these changes. Michel Kelly-Gagnon, the president of the Conseil du Patronat du Québec, stated that this additional $3.7 billion expenditure would turn the EI system to a deficit and may result in higher premiums for both workers and employers. He further stated in no uncertain terms that these higher premiums are good for neither the working family nor business owners. And certainly one of the things that I've heard as I talk to businesses in my riding is they would like to find a way for us to be able to cut EI premiums, both not only for businesses but for individuals as well. And so this would have us going in the opposite direction. One would have thought that this would have been an opinion of interest to the committee. However, the opposition decided that no employers should be consulted in drafting or the debate or even the study of the bill. In fact, the opposition decided not to hear from any witnesses before committing to billions of dollars in new annual expenditures. Mr. Speaker, there are currently 19 bills at various stages before this House that propose changes to the EI program. These costs of these bills is expected to be well in excess of $11 billion annually. Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say that some opposition members have proposed bills or advocate for changes to programs for political purposes, without examining what the ramifications are for the taxpayer, without thorough study, and without an idea of what the true cost will be. I think another good example of this would be 257, which was sort of handled in the same fashion. When we had the Bloc propose this bill as a private member's bill to issue sweeping changes to federal jurisdiction, federal legislation when it came to anti-replacement workers, when they suddenly had an interest in federal issues, which I found remarkably interesting, that all of a sudden they had this new love for federal issues. And this, once again, was another bill that tried to get rammed through committee, and I can assure you, if there hadn't been the time for thoughtful study on this bill and a chance to hear from witnesses, that I can assure you that that would have been a problem, would have cost taxpayers millions in time, as well as probably lost services. Thankfully, we have a labour market where more Canadians and certainly more Quebecers are working than ever before, and the demand for labour is strong. And I think this is a great place to be in an economy. Opportunities are certainly abundant, and we are currently experiencing labour shortages across the country. Certainly, as we look to BC, we look to Alberta and Ontario, they are having a hard time not only with skilled labour, but with unskilled labour as well. Coupled with the strong labour market is evidence that the EI program is working well. It is meeting its objectives to help Canadian workers adjust to labour market changes. Mr. Speaker, I stated earlier that the evidence to support the proposed changes that Bill C-269 proposes was not presented at the HuMA Committee. It was not presented because, I would have to say, it does not exist. The evidence that does exist, though, does indicate that the current EI program is meeting the needs of the unemployed Canadians for whom the program was intended. 83% of those who pay into the program and have a qualified job separation are eligible for benefits. This figure increases to over 90% in areas of high unemployment. Let me just repeat that fact again, Mr. Speaker, for those that may not be aware. For those that are in qualified jobs and qualified job separations who are eligible for benefits, that figure is over 90% in areas of high unemployment are able to receive their unemployments. The evidence also indicates that both the amount and duration of EI benefits is meeting the needs of Canadians. On average, individuals use less than two-thirds of their EI entitlement before finding employment. Even in high unemployment regions, claims rarely use more than 70% of their entitlement. If all this evidence suggests that the current EI program is meeting the needs of individuals that use the program, why has the opposition proposed such wide-sweeping changes? Mr. Speaker, one of the EI program's chief goals is to encourage a return to the labour market. In other words, the program is designed to provide temporary income support while encouraging Canadians to seek and retain employment. We cannot and will not go back to the problems that existed under the EI under previous governments. Our approach to EI reform will continue to be based on building on the strengths of Canada's economy and the growth in our labour market. That being said, Canada's new government has acted to make changes onto the EI program where the evidence supports the need for change. For example, our government has expanded the eligibility for compassionate care benefits, certainly something we heard during the last campaign and something that we've been able to put into place. We've launched a pilot project to examine the effects of providing additional weeks of benefits for those in areas of high unemployment. Thank you very much. Well, we've listened and we made sure that happened, and that has continued. We have extended EI transitional measures for 2 regions in Quebec and New Brunswick until we complete a national review of EI boundaries. In addition, we've continued with 3 pilot projects currently underway in regions of high unemployment, those being the Best 14 Weeks project, Working Well on Claim pilot, and the new Entrant-Re-Entrant pilot project. Our approach is broad-based, yet targeted. It is aimed at providing opportunities for all Canadians to participate in our healthy and growing economy. Advantage Canada Plan has outlined this government's approach to moving forward, and one key goal of this government is to create the best educated, most skilled, and most flexible workforce in the world. Mr. Speaker, we have already taken action on this plan by creating the Apprenticeship Incentives Grant, by working to improve foreign credential recognition, and by launching the Target Initiative for older workers. These changes provide real value to Canadians and address the labour issues of the 21st century. Advantage Canada is about giving people the tools to succeed in a knowledge economy. This is what Canadians want from their government. Canadians want to be active participants in the labour market and in their communities, and they want to do this. They need the right tools, but they also want to know that EI will be there when they need it. The current system achieves the balance, and the proposal in this bill put the system in jeopardy. Mr. Speaker, there are strong policy and evidence-based arguments to suggest the proposed changes in Bill C-269 are not in line with the needs of today's labour market and the economy as a whole. We believe that our holistic approach to the labour market and our specific targeting of measures within the existing EI program is best avenue to follow. To make the changes from the member from Laurentides-Labelle has put forward in this bill, we would need exhaustive study, we would need evidence, and we would need to hear from affected witnesses, and we would need answers to many other important questions. For these reasons, we are unable to support the proposals in Bill C-269. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In debate, the honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the time and my giving me some time here to talk on behalf of primarily rural Canada, rural Newfoundland and Labrador, and certainly this is of great issue to my riding. I would like to start this by illustrating the theme that I'll bring forward here in this debate. And that theme is seasonal employment, of which I think Bill C-269, a bill that I support, and we support here on this side of the House because we think it will do a lot. A substantial amount for people who invest over the years, over the past decades, in seasonal work. And I take, in my own particular riding, I would like to talk about seasonal work in the form of the fishery, the forestry, and construction work, and many others. And I would like to talk about some of the arguments put forward from the other side, and I would like to go back to when this debate was started and initiated from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources, which was also echoed by my honourable colleague from Niagara Falls, if I got that right. Pardon me? Niagara West. There you go. Anyway, and I would like to go on by saying that they state this. The evidence also shows that claimants in high unemployment regions rarely use more than 70% of the benefits. But you see, what they're doing, Mr. Speaker, is that they're playing with the averages. And there are people who slip through the cracks, especially those of seasonal work, and therein lies the problem. They keep using stats on a national basis by saying that the job market right now is extremely hot. Yes, it is extremely hot in certain areas. And we know that because it's not particularly in my area, but therefore we have a huge amount of migration taking place. As we call it, out-migration from my riding and to places farther west, such as Alberta, such as British Columbia, Northwest Territories, and so on. So, by doing this, by coming up with certain amendments to the EI Act, which illustrated in Bill C-269, what we are doing is that we are allowing some of the more vulnerable communities a chance to survive, a chance to make the effort to attract more investment, to be more diverse, and that's why they look at this as something that is going to downplay the overall job market. They're also saying that by doing this, that they're picking on businesses by keeping rates at what they are. But what we here believe is that this type of policy is a vanguard for local economic development in areas of higher unemployment, because this is all about the pilot projects, and I'm glad my honourable colleague brought up the fact about these pilot projects, which we initiated starting back in 2003, but they have yet to renew. And the problem with that is that the deadline is approaching. Just give me an example. 5 weeks added at the end of a benefit period in areas of higher unemployment. Yes, Mr. Speaker, my area is roughly around 20%, and it hovers around that mark, and in most cases a bit higher, depending on which community you go to. So what this will do is that for those engaged in seasonal work, and the vast majority of them do engage in seasonal work, like the fishery, plant workers, of course, workers that work on particular crews in the fishery and also in the forestry. But what this will do is that it adds the 5 weeks at the end to allow them the increased benefit period to get them through what we call as that black hole between what the benefit period is and when the season starts again. That program expires December 9th. Not very far away, and yet we have not heard whether they are going to renew this or not. The other pilot program in areas of high unemployment, such as my own, deals with, of course, the best 14 weeks over the last 52, and that allows them to claim the best weeks and therefore get a higher benefit as a result. So just very quickly, there are a couple other issues that I'd like to talk about in this particular bill that interest me quite a bit. And here's one of those. It increases the rate of weekly benefits to 60%. It also reduces the qualifying period by 70 hours, which we believe is just a modicum, just a slight benefit that won't really throw this program into disarray like they're pretending that it will, because it will not. But what it will do is it will go a long way for these smaller communities and higher unemployment. Now, interestingly enough, I'm glad this debate came up today, because tonight the Prime Minister is in an area of high unemployment. Beneficiaries of this pilot program in an area that exceeds 20% unemployment in the riding of Avalon. And I hope it is put to him why he does not, and his government and the Member of Parliament for Avalon does not support C-269, which means so much to the seasonal workers of that particular riding. I wish he was here to debate it. Nonetheless, we'll move on. Here's another point about 269 that I think is a great idea. It eliminates the presumption that persons related to each other do not deal with each other at arm's length. Now, what that means is that in smaller communities and in small business, this could go a long way towards benefiting smaller businesses in smaller communities. Because what we have here is that it becomes a family affair, it becomes a family endeavor, a family situation where they run the business, and it allows them to collect EI at the same time. That helps to sustain communities. It is a good pilot project that allows employment to persevere in these smaller communities and gives them the fighting chance. And that is why I particularly support that particular clause in this Bill C-269. Also increases the maximum yearly insurable earnings to $41,500 and introduces an indexing formula. Also beneficial given the cost of living, and therefore we support that as well. So I would encourage my honourable colleagues across the way, and I know we have received support from the majority of the members in this House, with the exception, of course, of the Conservative Party. They mentioned earlier about doing a, I think they called it, bringing it on the road, asking for consultation, taking it to the country. I would welcome that. They keep talking about all the input that they have received from businesses across the country about premium rates. And I have no problem with the reduction of premium rates, but not one iota did they ever mention anything about receiving input or advice from the communities most affected. What about these areas of higher unemployment? What about these areas that could greatly benefit from such small measures in this particular Bill C-269? Yes, there are currently 19 bills in this House in the hopper for private members' legislation. That alone should tell them about how important it is for the most vulnerable communities. This, again, Mr. Speaker, is about seasonal employment. This is about areas of high unemployment. It is about economic development. It is about sustaining our communities. The migration patterns across this country for work are absolutely incredibly high, more than we have ever seen in central Newfoundland. And it's only growing. With something like this, something that is, I believe, in my heart, that if we go forward with just some of these provisions that allows workers the benefit of staying in their communities to help build their communities the government could benefit greatly. Our community could benefit greatly. Yes, there are 19 bills being discussed about EI reforms that provides greater benefits to seasonal workers. For a reason. The demand is there in these most vulnerable of communities. So I would implore the government, stop abandoning these areas of higher unemployment with some key initiatives in Bill C-269 as well as other EI bills that will greatly benefit the country. Again, I'm disappointed the government did not support C-269. But I will always be in favor of greater initiatives for our most vulnerable communities in rural Canada, rural Newfoundland and Labrador, and for us as citizens dedicated to seasonal work. Mr. Speaker, thank you for your time.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to begin by thanking the honourable member from Laurentide-Labelle for this really very important piece of legislation. It does, as honourable members know, make a number of amendments to the Employment Insurance Act. And these are important amendments because it reduces each qualifying period by 70 hours. It increases the benefit period, increases the rate of weekly benefits to 60%, repeals the waiting period, eliminates the presumption that persons related to each other do not deal with each other at arm's length, and increases the maximum yearly insurable earnings to $41,500 and introduces an indexing formula. And we in the New Democratic Party certainly support this. As you will know, Mr. Speaker, our whip, the member from Acadie-Bathurst, has introduced his own private members' bills along this same line with the hope that somehow we can bring some fairness to employment insurance and reduce the disparity out there, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to begin by talking briefly about the National Employment Insurance Program and to provide a little bit of history, just sort of a thumbnail sketch. Canada has had a national program to provide financial support for the unemployed for about 70 years now. And it was seen as a very important step in regard to making sure that Canadians who were temporarily out of work or suffering because of plant closures were supported so that they could look after their families, so that communities could remain strong. Now, the program's gone through many, many changes over the years, most notably in 1971 when benefits were actually extended to those earnings, to those who were experiencing sickness, or for women who wanted to have a maternity leave. And so pregnancy was part of the EI program, and the ability to collect was in place at that point. Unfortunately, there followed a whole series of task force and commissions which produced recommendations that changed EI, not for the good, but actually sought to decrease or reduce its benefits. And in 1994, the government of the day came up with proposals for a radical overhaul that led to the implementation of what is now known as the Employment Insurance Act of December 1995, and the unemployment insurance was no more at that point in time. Now, these program changes were intended to shift the emphasis from providing income support when workers lost their jobs to making sure that they got back to work as quickly as possible. And that's fine, Mr. Speaker, if work exists, if the worker in question has the training and the background in order to find employment. But as has been pointed out in this House, that's not always the case. Very often, in the case of plant closures, the workers involved, some of them there for many, many years, aren't able to secure employment. That very reality hit home in London this past spring when Beta Brands Foods closed their doors. And that plant, the former McCormick's, had been in London for over 100 years, providing good jobs and secure employment to families. And suddenly, in a matter of a few days, the announcement was made, and those jobs were gone. And a lot of those jobs were employing workers who'd been with the company for 30, 40, some 45 years. And in some cases, it was a husband and wife who were working in the plant. So when those jobs went, those workers were left without a livelihood. Sometimes the entire family income was gone. And in many, many cases, those workers had been out of school for that 30, 40, 45 years and didn't have the skills, lacked the training opportunities in order to find other work. So this notion about getting people back to work quickly, very good, but not always possible and not always the reality. So while 74% of unemployed workers were entitled to receive unemployment benefits in 1990, the new act that I was just speaking about, the 1995 Act, reduced that number to 36% of those who found themselves to be unemployed. And of those workers, women had the greatest decrease in terms of support. They dropped from 69% in 1990 to 32% in 2004. And I want to talk a little bit about the kind of effect that has on a community. And I'm going to quote from a document that I received this week from Kiros, which is an ecumenical partnership from the faith community, Mr. Speaker. And they're very, very concerned about the issues facing our communities and our society. And they work very hard to try to alleviate suffering and to bring to the attention of government the things that need to happen. The realities that are out in our communities. And they found, and I would say many of the members of this House are aware, that a significant contributor to poverty is the inability of insured workers to collect employment benefits. Some statistics, Mr. Speaker, and these are shocking statistics. 788,000 children in Canada live in poverty. Now, that's a 2005 number. We reckon that it's closer to about 1 million. The same percentage, about 12%, as in 1989, when in this House, in this Parliament, there was a resolve to end child poverty by the year 2000. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that we didn't do that. In fact, child poverty continues at an unacceptable level. In fact, there's a sense that it is, in fact, increasing. Canada's homeless population is somewhere between 200,000 and 300,000. Now, we're not exactly sure because it's very difficult sometimes to determine if someone is indeed homeless. Too many people, particularly young people, spend their time what we call couch surfing. They go from home to home, from situation to situation, because there's no permanent place for them. And a lot of these young people, Mr. Speaker, are the victims of abuse, sometimes sexual abuse. They can't go home, and they're far too young to be able to secure their own home. Well, they've been forgotten, and unfortunately, they are homeless. About 1.7 million residents are struggling with housing affordability. Among those, Aboriginal people in urban situations living in poverty, new immigrants, single-family homes headed by women. 750,000 Canadians, Mr. Speaker, rely on food banks in Canada. There are 650 food banks in this nation at a time when our economy is apparently booming at a time when apparently there is great wealth abroad. It's apparently for some and not others. Now, I wanted to talk about a question that I asked in this House last week of the minister responsible, when I told him that 2/3 of the women who paid into the Employment Insurance Fund were unable to receive benefits. And the minister's response was that, I was wrong, that I was incorrect. Well, I'd like to make reference to some information that I had. The minister said that 82% of women working full-time are eligible to qualify. That doesn't mean that they will qualify. Mr. Speaker, he was playing with words. Since only 73% of women in the paid workforce are employed full-time, 80% of this number would actually be 58% of all employed women who are eligible to qualify. In fact, less since self-employed women are not eligible. And so, I make my point once again, that far too many people, particularly women, are unable to collect.
Must interrupt the honourable member for London Fanshawe. I had given her the 2-minute signal and the 1-minute signal. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, you must be aware of the fact that the Bloc Québécois will be supporting this bill because we are the ones that introduced it. It's Bill C-269, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act to improve the employment insurance program or system, and this will make the following changes to the Employment Insurance Act, that is reducing each reference period by 70 hours, increasing the benefit period. Third, increasing the weekly amount by 60%, reducing the waiting period or abolishing the waiting period, and ensuring that the presumption that persons related to each other do not deal with each other at arm's length, and increase the maximum yearly insurable earnings to $41,500, and introduce an indexing formula, and it allows self-employed workers to have access to employment insurance. The Conservatives, in voting against C-269, will be going against the will of this House and the will of workers. They will be going against what Quebecers really want and what all Canadians would like to see. And this is representative of their approach because it's a Conservative government that has decided not to include opposition members in the Canadian delegation to the Bali Conference, which will be held very shortly. This is the Conservative government that decided to stop the work of the Official Languages Committee not that long ago, a committee that was working on a file that the government wasn't happy about. This is also a government which abolished the Court Challenges program, Mr. Speaker, because it didn't want to fund those who challenge the government's laws. This is also a Conservative government that changed the criteria for the Status of Women program to prevent certain groups from having access. And this is a Conservative government, a minority government, and I say minority, Mr. Speaker, that is doing its utmost to stop or prevent any type of opposition. The government is not worried about how the unemployed have to live. The government isn't worried about those who are in the greatest need. It is interested in defending the interests of the Americans, the oil companies, big business, the difficulties experienced by older workers in the manufacturing and forestry sectors, or women's groups Well, they aren't interested in that, and it's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, and we in the Bloc Québécois will demonstrate this situation so that we can call this government to order, this Conservative government, which is inhumane, it is cold, it is heartless, and the fact that it might become a majority someday frightens us, and we will do our utmost to prevent that. We must remember that the Conservatives, before they were the government, supported an independent EI fund, and they wanted this pillaging of the EI fund to stop, because this money must go to the unemployed and not be left to the discretion of the federal government to do with it as it pleases. Those who pay into the fund aren't always entitled to the benefits, and this is scandalous. The Conservatives agreed with us on this when they were in opposition, but now they are in power. There is no difference between a Conservative and a Liberal. It's 6 of one or half dozen of the other. It's all one and the same. Once in office, they go back on their word, and they rejected Bill C-357 on the independent fund. They wanted the unemployed workers' money to go to the big banks. They give to the rich and take from the poor. And this is a well-known film and a well-known story. We're talking about the Sheriff of Nottingham. You see them over there. They are sitting disinterested, and this is extremely scandalous. Employment insurance is no longer a program to help, but it is rather a disguised tax. Under the Liberals, the EI fund was used to balance the budget, even though the Conservatives voted in favor of having an independent fund. Any surpluses were and continue to be in the consolidated fund to be used for other purposes than helping those who are in need when they lose their job. And what is more is that they are entitled to this money because they paid into the fund. The Auditor General on November 23, 2004 reported that the government continues to take money from the Employment Insurance Fund, notwithstanding the will that was expressed by parliamentarians, and they continue to do the same thing. The Employment Insurance Commission power will probably be suspended for another year, and that is indeed the case. So how can it be that a government, that a political party, once in power, becomes a horrible being when it comes to helping those who pay into a fund that should be their own? I'm talking about the workers, and this money should be used for them and not to serve the ideological purposes of the party in power. The Conservatives voted against improving the EI fund in Bill C-269 in second reading. This speaks volumes as to the government's true intentions. The 2006 assessment by the EI Commission states that 44.8% of unemployed people have access to the plan, even though 100% of workers pay into it. And not only the unemployed, but the employers, so the employed rather, and the employers pay into this fund. The federal government contributes not 1 cent, but they can do the money, they do what they wish with the money, and it's scandalous. The Bloc Québécois worked on the Standing Committee for Human Resources to have a report adopted in February 2005. It dealt with reforming the EI program, and it continues to advocate this, and the Bloc Québécois rises up against the pillaging of this fund by making concrete and tangible suggestions, that is, to have an EI fund and an EI commission that would be independent, have the government return the money that was taken, have the commission set the contribution levels, and improved benefits for those whose situation is unstable. We have worked relentlessly to improve this program over the years. Currently, the contributions are considered a tax and not a contribution, and this is unacceptable. We feel that it is essential to dispel any misunderstanding and return the plan to its original vocation, that is an insurance plan for workers who lose a job and not a tax on work. We have to think of all of the various elements that come into play when EI is used, when a worker finds himself or herself without a job. And I'm thinking of people from Gatineau, from the Outaouais, where jobs are being lost in the pulp and paper industry, in the forest industry, and in areas that the Minister of Labour should understand because he comes from the Pontiac region, where there are paper mills. And these workers, because of cuts made in their plants, they find themselves without a job. There's no plan to help older workers, especially those who live in the cities, as is the case with those in my riding. There's no program adapted to their needs so that they can bridge the gap between their final years and the pension that they will be drawing in a few years. The government ignores the workers, people who are working in unstable conditions, be it in the forest industry or the manufacturing industry. And in Ontario, there is the automobile industry, which will be in one terrible mess soon. Let's look at what people earn compared to the jobs that are lost. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
Resuming debate.
Since no honourable member is rising to speak, pursuant to the decision made by the Chair on October 17th, 2007, the Chair will not put to a vote the motion for third reading because it requires a royal recommendation, and no royal recommendation has been forthcoming.
Order for third reading is discharged and the item is dropped from the order paper. It being 2:12, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.